Alrighty, it is time. Alrighty, time to flip the sound on. Say unmute the stream. Boop, boop, boop. There we go.
Do we have music for this one?
I managed to acquisition some small amount of sound that is royalty free and was able to edit it from, very long video to very short but repeatable sound.
Okay. Would anyone like? I have just some like ambient music, fantasy music. If anybody wants to use it,
For
anybody
personal
gonna
use.
for personal use.
Alrighty,
Let's throw it in there.
let us begin. Now that we have everybody here, welcome back, everybody.
Thank you, Dungeon Master.
You can call me Senpai. No, never mind.
Oh. Oh no.
So
What was that? I
who?
didn't catch it. Sinpot?
Sure,
That
sure,
was
yeah.
the truck coming to hit you.
I think you said send pies
Yes, I am
to
hungry.
his address.
Chickenpox?
What's your favorite kind of pie?
Funny enough, it's cheesecake because I make my own from scratch.
A valid option.
Now we're talking.
And I have had one. The everybody who's had it's been like, bro, more. And I'm like, I only had enough for one. They're like, shut up, more.
We'll have
I
to do a cheesecake off.
challenge accepted. I funny enough, in my college days, I had one guy who's like, I hate cheesecake and all cheesecake, and he had mine's like, that's the only cheesecake I'll ever eat again. I have turned him to the dark side of the cheesecake.
One.
All right, so anywho,
so fucking hard, young lady.
welcome back.
What is going on over there?
I think it's the dog.
It's the Borker. Um,
The
so
dog's dog.
who would like to do the recap for an inspiration point?
I I'll be last in the rotation.
Yep, staying silent. If anybody else wants to give it a shot.
And then the usual awkward silence.
Nobody wants to do
Pulling up
Yeah,
my
and then there's
notes.
gonna be
Okay, I'll start.
Yeah, I mean nobody needs
Okay, Benji.
inspiration. Yeah, that's fine too.
So we continued our flashback, and we're helping old Jim find his, and we continued on our into an ancient crumbling city that we learned through various artifacts, a ring, a locket, and a statue of a spider-like creature with a drowish humanoid torso. This was all a drow city, and also the ring had some strange spirits connected to it. And Veldrin's mysterious book seemed to have an effect on everything found, touched, or looked into. Draari had turned into a lizard, big hulking lizard, and was walking around, and Cha was racked with. We found we found an opening into an underground chamber was that had water in it. We found old Gary down there, real dick. He was. It seems to be that he was a grumpy old beholder, and he chatted with him, but not. But we're just kind of like, let's get the heck out of here. This guy, wow. Cha wasn't. That probably would have stayed long. Um, and then yeah, then Kozik got trapped in a room with this drow spider creature statue, and we were able to get to him. Got picked up by it, and animated, and it took that mysterious book from Veldrin, wrote something in it, names. So there was this locket with a person in the locket.
With this ring,
Could only be seen by people who had a connection with the book. We saw, some of us saw the locket, saw this face sort of melt away, determined that this was someone that we wanted to try to free from an imprisonment or something. Yeah, we continued back. We found the apprentice, who's a grumpy old guy who didn't want anything to do with old Jim anymore. Irvin convinced him to come back to old Jim at least and let him know he was okay. Then he showed us the way toward the material plane. If we would show him creatures that he could get swallowed by, which we did happily. Introduced it to the giant crab and the mermaid and clearance. Yeah, and then we finished with a reflective sit around campfire. We entered a portal. We're right on the verge of entering the material plane. Some of us for the first time. Sitting around quietly, Cha was playing flute. Yeah. There we are.
All right. You get an
Anybody wants to add
inspiration.
anything else? Oh, thank you, thank you.
All right. So this is where we officially pick up the session. Your little team of 6 individuals has had time to, get a good full rest in. So if there's any damage you have taken or had taken, that has, reset damage, reset spells. You've had a full uninterrupted rest. And it was actually relatively cozy on top of that. You felt pretty safe. It was nice and warm. You knew you were in good company. That's, relatively trustable. And as such, you also had a moment to reminisce over your experiences and maybe, in your reminiscent moments, maybe learn a thing or two. And, I believe everybody went up to level 3. And as such, you guys wake up. It's, well, you don't know what time of day it is, but you've had a long rest. You're all refreshed, ready to, maybe not ready to go for some of you. I know some people might be heavier sleepers than others. But yeah, y'all wake up. The campfire has died down to nothing but, basically to nothing. Not even really embers left at this point. Maybe a faint, itty bitty trace of warmth and a very, very, very faint glow. But beyond that, you're awake. What would you like to do as a group?
Oh, we're gonna have to go outside at some point, right? Do we see the outside as if through some sort of magical, like, parting of the veil here, like we're in the rock or something like that, right?
Correct. As if to say this were some kind of extra dimensional space that you found yourself within, and the crack that is before you is, when you poke your head out, you realize that you're actually in a doorway that you're kind of peering out from, or peering out from. And if you look outside, look left and right, it's cavern, in both directions. But that individual that you met just before your transportation here essentially gave you directions on how to get out.
Look like
Is
a lion-faced figure or a tiger-faced figure.
Correct. Very more tiger than um, lesser feline, I guess, would be one sort of way to put it. And a goblinoid.
is is this potentially uh I'll keep it vague, but is Zed potentially familiar with this doorway?
This particular doorway, no.
Okay.
Can't believe it's finally happening. Been dreaming about this for years.
See
And
the
Cha
sun.
Cha
See the
turns to
sunlit land.
right.
So, go
Cha turns to everybody and says, I'd really like to apologize for being so paranoid and suspicious back there, everybody. I felt like something was screwing with my head or something. The whispers and the ring appearing and disappearing, and I started to have kind of a experience like my childhood with my parents. There's a lot of very screwed up experiences. So forgive me for that. I think you're all super cool. Whatever we do on here on out, I have your backs.
Hey there, Cho. There's no apologies necessary. We all went through a lot, but I guess time for we all to move forward. Hey,
And speaking of which, what does everybody want in this new plane? What are your goals? What do you wish to do or experience, or what do you know where you want to go?
Who's been kind of staring at you very intently since you started speaking. As soon as you mention um, goals upon reaching material plane, we have but one goal: to see her again. The great moon that shines above the marshes, any moon that shine above this. They speak to Aris. They guide us. They show us your path. Our path is unclear, covered in mud and water. Again, turning to Zed or to Cha, just like last session. But yours in fire and bone. Ari will be there with you, as you say, together.
Josh smiles and kind of gives him a high five and kind of a real predator moment, between like Dylan and Schwarzenegger.
Yeah. As you do that, Ari kind of pulls you in. We will show you the many faces. This beast is but one of many bodies.
Whoa, cool. Just smiling. He's like a giddy kid.
And then go
yeah,
ahead,
go
Cha.
ahead. Go ahead.
Then kind of turning over to Zed. You and I have business though. For those that put us in chains to see us in the pits, this does not stand. and he's kind of looking to you for almost guidance in the question because Ari is unsure of why he was chained up, but you were there first.
Aye, well,
If I can do this.
I know at least where I was when I lost consciousness there, but
There
not
we go.
entirely sure exactly what happened
That's more applicable.
between then and me getting into that cage. But I don't let these things necessarily go lightly.
Direct at camera?
I'm not one for grudges, but if I wake up in chains, definitely not gonna forget that.
I've been meaning to ask the two of you about that. Who captured you? Why and where?
Nope. Too many.
Well, if I'm being honest, I just got off my ship, the Ashen Wake, and well, not necessarily my ship. It's old Captain Thatcher's, but I was just moseying around into a town and happened to find the inn and asked if, "Aye, is there a way I can make some coin around here?" And this odd, just kind of slightly fella is wrapped in seemingly bounds from head to toe with this kind of cloak on. I couldn't see hardly any features, but they beckon me, and honestly, once you mention coin around me, it's very easy for me to follow. So, um, walk me just right out town into this small little hut. And the last thing I remember is walking through the doorway of that domicile, I would say, and just feeling like I'd never felt before. I saw black, but I felt like I was still awake. And then next time I felt like I opened my eyes, if that makes sense, I was chained to a wall and heard a ruckus down the hallway. And first person I actually saw was Ori there, but he's obviously captive. And I don't know who captured him, but I don't frankly know who captured myself as well.
But you'd recognize if you saw them again.
Yeah. Well, the person that I was following, I definitely recognize as long as they had their, you know, the same look about them. They were covered in bounds, like they were wrapped, literally just from finger to nose to toes. It was very odd, and I'm not sure why I even trusted them. But well, following the scent of coin.
Mitra Ari, was it a similar experience?
Ari, who's kind of been looking down into the fire as Zed kind of recants the tale, just kind of shakes his head upon you asking the question. No, we did not see it. We were pulled under the water, the great mark, away from home, away from clan, consumed by water. We were cast in chains before we had a chance to seize the moon fade from sight, see the horizon disappear from existence. Nothing but black darkness.
Nivara has been quietly listening into them talk about this and then approaches her new disguise for the day already set, and that she looks like a high elf and not a drow any longer. Her skin color has been changed from purple to a pale sort of pink.
Did you wake up like this?
No, she went off to get ready for the day and came
Okay,
back like
gotcha.
this.
Cool.
Um, and she says, "Well, you mentioned that you had to have fought your way out, yeah? Who were you fighting?"
Do we recognize her?
Do you have
It's the
similar
same
features?
outfit. The same outfit, same facial features. She's just pale now.
Okay.
Yeah,
Ari's
are you
fine with
sick?
it.
You're right.
Did you are you see pale? Did you eat something? These bad rations?
You sound
n-
familiar, but
It's me, Niavara.
Ari nods and looks at you. You too speak with her. You speak the many moon.
Niavara will
Oh,
just nod and be like, "Well, as it happens, I don't necessarily enjoy people knowing that I'm Drow first thing in the morning, outside the Underdark. But you mentioned at some point that you fought your way out. What were you fighting?"
well, we'll get to that. But I don't mean to be, nosy. But your your a your color changed.
Yes, it's called makeup, my dear. And she pulls out her disguise kit.
Oh, well, okay. Obviously,
yeah. What? Why would you do that? Is there something about the drow on the surface? Is it bad? Yeah, oh, I mean, Dungeon Master, would we know of what happened to the drow?
Oh yeah,
We
you
know
got the
about
whole
them.
spiel.
And whose
Right.
role was that? Was that Cha's role?
Yep, that was a
I
combination
think
of
it
Cha's
was.
role and Veldrin's knowledge.
Yep. So we know all about the downfall of Lolth.
How they are
When
viewed
the
on the
drow were
surface, though,
destroyed.
yeah, nobody's
yeah. I've
really.
honestly, I never seen a drow on the surface, so yeah, it's not a bad idea.
Yeah.
See, I
Ari
just
shakes his
enjoy
head and
the.
agrees. You've never seen such thing in marshes before.
I prefer an abundance of caution. One drow is an oddity, two drow is a worry. And as it happens, I do not believe my brother is quite too willing to part with his identity.
You know, Yavara and Veldrin, I thought about it when we were down in the Drow city. What was that for you both? I thought, what happened to the Drow, and the fact that everything was broken. Are you okay? Are you okay going to the surface world?
Anything,
Ni-
I believe it was lightning.
Sorry that happened to your people.
Ari's just staring at Veldrin now, recounting the memory, and he's kind of grips his bag of bones for a second that he usually casts below, but it's just staring right at you. Speaks the words. You were touched by the dead of that city. We could smell it. What did you see?
Ah. Wondering if I should have this in a deep. So I guess the question is, would you tell the party what you saw, or the visions you may have had in that time frame?
And I only said that because I had a note that I had a perception check that was vague, but Ari had noticed something change.
Yeah, it's just me as a DM determining if it's something that only Veldrin wants to keep to themselves, then I would put it in a DM. But if it's something that they would tell the party, then I could just
Yeah, of
describe
course.
the scene. So it's more of a Veldrin choice.
Makes sense.
I think he would keep it close to the chest for now.
Alrighty. Feel free to continue
So-
the role play while I get this to you.
So does Veldrin just lock eyes with Ari and not say a word, or just staring off, not saying anything?
I think he, like, his body language changes a little bit at the question, but ultimately he doesn't say anything.
Ari nods and looks back into the fire, and you can almost just hear him under his breath, kind of recounting the words that he said twice now of the path, the three paths that we must choose: the dead that will not die.
I'll admit still being a little bit curious. Were they demons? Were they goblins? Were they kobolds? Were they other drow? If it was other drow, it wouldn't surprise me. However, given the fact that you weren't openly hostile to us, I doubt that to be the case.
I'd like to know this too. If we come upon them, I mean,
And so, what are you asking? What we had fought to get out? Me and Zed, or Zed and I, to get out of
Yes.
prison? Got it. Okay. Hold on.
there's this figure that was wrapped up like in some strange wrapping. Were they all like that? Were they tall? Were they short?
Our escape was one: strength, quiet. And then looking over to Zed, and he kind of points at his boot for a second. It was this strange piece of animal that you all seem to wear on one's feet that allowed us the strength to escape. A clever mind, looking to Zed. The strength of scale, pointing to himself, is what allowed our escape.
Aye, so
You
yeah,
didn't
if I'm being
really come
honest,
upon them.
we were much ready to fight, and it seemed like they wanted us to fight. For whatever reason, the cells that we were passing after we got out, just seemed like they were riddled with kind of battle-hardened bodies, either unconscious or potentially dead. I'm not sure. But the first hallway that we went through was very vacant. Oddly enough, because we'd seen, well, at least I had noticed plenty of guards. Was delivering Ari there. None of them seemed to stay around, and eventually, we got to a kind of a crux where we could go left or right, and it seemed like there was lots of commotion off to one side, as if there was a bit of a battle ensuing. Aye, and as much as willing we were to fight, our priority was survival at that point. I didn't know where we were, and I could hardly see a thing. So
Camera
we
not
decided to avoid as much combat as possible there.
There we go.
Saw guards. What did they look like?
I saw
Okay, there we go.
hooded figures, but
They had no
Hard to say.
face,
Slavers, then.
with no mouths, sight with no eyes.
They take you to fight one another, like they're
I
captured
have
in
that
order to
NPC
fight
ready.
their entertainment or betting or something.
Ari looks a little confused, as if he has no concept of this the idea. We do not know. And then almost kind of looking puzzled for a moment, and then he picks up his head and he looks over to Kozik. There was one of you And then he kind of like almost looks embarrassed. No, not a friend. Like you. Short, with lots of hair from the fang.
Well, there are a lot of out things underneath the earth. How can you be sure it was a dwarven kind?
We are not certain, but it carried a large hammer, a shield with a mountain, cracked in two with a gem above, shining below. This seemed important to us. Symbol.
That does sound pretty dwarven. I'll give you that. There are definitely members of my tribe that have turned to evil.
Would we recognize that symbol at all? Like, would that jog any memories of groups or organizations or like slave traffickers or anything like that?
Ari cast his bones out onto the ground for a moment. Ooh, you remember one word. Dumathorn.
Umathon?
Put it in the
Say
chat.
that.
Doomathon.
Be a name? Place? Group?
They spoke of it as we speak of the many moon.
Hmm. Huh.
Any of our roll like a knowledge check to see if she recognizes it?
Yeah. Do we recognize it?
The Underdark people.
Yeah, roll away. See what you may or may not find out.
Would history, religion, or intelligence be the best check?
So trying to figure out who these people would be, probably history. I mean, most of those are intelligence based anyway.
Yep, and they're all the same for me anyway.
Oh, nice. Natural
But
20 and 19.
Just double checking something.
Did you put that word in the chat yet?
It's right above Chaw's roll.
Yeah.
Oh, gotcha. Dumathorn.
So let's see. I'll say I'll run it off for religion, but I'll just say your checks are your checks. Gotta remove that. I mean, you got a nat 20. History's fine. So you would kind of know that Drumathon, depending on how you choose to, say it, is a dwarven goddess of secrets. Or god of secrets, sorry, not goddess. The symbol, as Ari has, explained, it seems like a whole mountain with a gem above it. But you would also kind of know that based on your high rolls, that followers of this particular deity wouldn't necessarily be capturing people just for they wouldn't be capturing just to sell them, right? They worship a god of secrets. So either these two members were captured for the purpose of maybe some kind of a ritual, or maybe they had some kind of potential that these individuals thought they had, or maybe they had to get sliced open in order to discover the mysteries. But as far as the but the thing is, the version that Ari saw was a mountain that was split. So,
Oh,
and I guess with the nat 20, yeah. Let me see here. Hold on. Notes. Okay. I have some things I can. So that particular symbol might also indicate that there could be a certain portion of these worshippers that want to uncover mysteries, but there could also be a certain section of them that want to make sure things remain hidden and may go to extreme means to do so. So there's a little bit of fanaticism on either side of the coin here, right? So as far as why these two are captured, it could mean a bevy of things.
not necessarily an evil god, just the god of secrets. And
Well,
twisted,
sometimes secrets involve
considered.
sometimes secrets involve dead things historically. So, so sometimes secrets need to die, and sometimes people need to die for secrets, and sometimes people need to get brought back.
Nice.
I think Cha with Niabara would be, kind of getting into their past, studies and erudite nature from their backgrounds, just telling all of this to everyone in a very engaging lecture like way. Certainly for Cha, like you almost get the sense that he could be like a professor in the way that he presents the information, questions and
Sure, the door's not
possibilities
locked.
and other
Okay.
interpretations and things like that.
Doors.
Iavara's no scholar. She'll just be like, you avoid them.
Okay.
They are not good. A god of secrets is also a god of assassins. Traditionally, I find. And spies. And that is, I cannot tell you why they wanted you, but they did for some reason. And that reason might be going forward till now. Or you could have foiled their plans.
Ari looks concerned and kind of shakes his head and again kind of looks to Zed. Yes, this is where we start. Those that took us from the moons, those that put us in chains, those that seem to crack the mountain in the name of Dumathoin. Ari does remember one more thing. Kind of looking at, and then his bones have been on the ground, and he scoops them up, kind of in that one quick motion, and rolls them into his pouch. And gazing into the fire, Dumathoin remembers the words, the dead that will not die. That place, that, looking to Cha, the city of Lolth. We felt it. We felt it in the presence of those that put us in chains. Whoever this Dumathoin may be, or the followers that once sought his honor, have fallen. These things protected. Then just kind of Lolth, Dumathoin. Gods I know nothing about.
And there were gods recorded in your book from that statue, right? What's going on with the deities? Cha looks to Ja'ari and is like, I with a group that was an assassin. I have friends. I know at least one of them who has gone to the material plane, and we can communicate with them to maybe find some more information on this group if you would like to get retribution. Ari.
He just stares into the fire, kind of clenching his fist for just a moment. Retribution, vengeance, balance. For the blood lost, it must be given back.
Rogers nods. Eldrin,
So
what were the names?
we're still in the Underdark right now, kind of camping
Yep, you guys are still in the cave. I mean,
On.
Ari's gonna go up to the closest cave wall that he can find, and using one of the kind of pretty sharpened talons that are on. He's gonna start kind of etching something into the stone wall. Cubed. I'll send you a message.
Nevar packs up her things. Goes to glance outside like, well, I regret to tell you boys, however, I do think that we should get going. Humans and their ilk on the daytime service do tend to try and keep a schedule. The whole big flaming ball in the sky matters quite a bit to them.
Well, where would you like to go first? I'm happy to stick together. Safety in numbers. I'd be happy to help you with your goals. I wish to explore and just discover and feel I don't know, feel free. I've wanted to see the stars for a long time. I can't believe it's about to happen. Whatever direction you go in, I will join you and help protect you from anything harmful. Can we look out there and see what time of day it might be?
Not yet. So you still have to do a little bit of walking to get out of the cave, right? So it's not you look out and you can see the cave entrance. It's you look out and you see, the cave goes left. You look the other way, it goes right, but in either direction you can only really see maybe 10, 15 feet because as, a natural occurring cave, there's some twists and you can kind of see it curve a little bit to the left as far as you can just peek out the door kind of thing.
Nevar's
All right,
expression
let's do this.
softens at Shaw's excitement. And then she'll say, I actually don't quite know my path. I was mostly just looking for a way out because Veldrin wanted to come to the surface again. And I'm just looking for a way out, for a new chance at life.
Yep, and
Veldrin?
even in something that even since you kind of peeked your head out and looked out, something that you haven't really smelled before, something you hadn't really felt before, a breeze, a faint breeze, but a smell that is new to you, almost exotic. Almost smells like plants, lively, not muck or filth or musk or moss or mold or fungus. This is weird. It's exciting. but this is a new experience. It's finally starting to hit you, right? The realization that you're so close, and now you're so close you can almost taste it. You can smell it. It's flowing through you like a new sense of energy, practically.
Oh, trembling, guys. Oh,
You hear the kind of the scraping of bone on stone for the last minute or so, and then Ari kind of steps back from the wall and looks for a moment as if he's very proud, and then looks to all of you, nods, finds a little corner. I'm just gonna assume that this was maybe before our rest when we were all gathered having this conversation.
Yeah, you have plenty of time to do whatever.
Yeah, so he's gonna, kind of curl up in a little corner, circling a little spot, just like, a dog would, 2 or 3 times before the tail wraps into his face. And you look up, if anyone looks up at the wall, they see a very crude drawing. It's some stick people that are all different shapes and sizes huddled around a small fire that looks like maybe it's below ground. And from it, there's, 3 paths that split off. And they all seem to lead into weird drawings that you can't quite understand. And Ari drifts off to sleep, excited for a new day in the surface.
beautiful. Perfect.
So the real question is, who will be the first across the threshold into a new world?
Kozik will do it.
Char goes in behind Kozik.
Very well. Hoop. Oh. So,
Are we? This map is here.
soon. This is just kind of the representation. Yeah, I'm being efficient with my map use. This is just the room you were in. So
This little-
when you guys
That's
exit,
what I pictured. That was the cave that we were in.
so
Ari would still be Zed's guide as we kind of traverse through the last bit of dark.
all right. So you step out. The cave is just as you remember it. It's very rocky. It's a cave, dirty, but the difference now is that there's fresh air coming in. You can actually kind of hear the wind flowing through here, as opposed to the big open caverns that you've kind of been in before. This is actual fresh air coming in and giving you a pretty good idea of which direction to go.
I take a big. Kozik takes a deep breath, and I can smell the grass from here. I'd like to get outside. Let's go that way.
All right.
Yes.
You guys, it's not a very long walk, maybe 10-15 minutes at a slow pace. The cave turns and curves. There's a little bit of elevation here and there. Got to go uphill a little bit. It's as chaotic of a cavernous system as you would expect to be leading out. But as you start making your way around the final bend, you see it. Light. Literal light at the end of the tunnel. The sun.
Sadly. So.
And I'm gonna play a sound, so I'm not sure if you guys' sounds are super high, so just be mindful. Should be able to adjust it with the little at the top right. There's a little playlist button, and there's a global volume control, so you can turn the sounds down if you want. If it lets me play it.
Great.
Put to about half. And these sounds, ones that pretty much only those who've ever been to the surface would recognize. Birds. Lively, welcoming. Faint breeze every so often. You can hear the sound of the rustle of the trees. As you get near to the cave entrance, you finally see it. The surface. At long last, for the first time for some, for others very familiar, but still just as welcome. I'll turn that down a smidge. And
Ari's, oh, go ahead, Cube.
I was just gonna say, and as you step out, you see the trees. It's definitely a pretty well hidden cave. There's like several trees that look like have fallen around it, kind of obscuring the path. You look down and you see that there's soil, fresh soil. It's not murky, it's not muddy, it's not slime, sludge, it's not silt, it's just soil. And it's healthy soil. You look up to the sky, for those of you who may not be completely and utterly blinded by it. You look up briefly, and between the swaying of the trees, you can see the clouds in the sky. Every so often, one just kind of peeks through the canopy above you. Or around you, there's all sorts of trees. For something you've never seen before. Maybe except for maybe in a book or something.
All books.
You'd see shrubbery of varying degrees of plants and ecosystems, and you look in a singular spot, you can see 4 or 5 different types of herbs that are kind of growing together in this kind of chaotic but balanced harmony. You are, and you finally have made it to the surface.
Well, we're on the surface now, but we have no idea where in the world we actually are.
So as you step out, Ari just takes a deep sigh and kind of falls to all four and starts kind of licking his tongue and tasting the air, and he just looks very excited. And as he rises, he scoops up some of the dirt that's below him. He smears some of it kind of across his face, just all in one quick motion. And then with his hands extended, he starts to kind of pull at the ground below. As his hands rise up, so does the earth as he uses mold earth to pull up 2, maybe 3-foot pillars of ground, each below where his hands lie. And he places a hand, one left hand on the other. As he grips into the earth, Ari's going to try to get a sense of where he is.
Oz just dropped to his knees. He's got all shaky and just dropped to his knees and is leaning back, holding himself up, his mouth open, staring at everything, practically drooling. Takes off his boots, just feet on the earth, and is just in total stunned shock. While he then watches Jawadi do that with the earth in amazement.
You know what? Give me a let's see. No, I'd say more of a wisdom save.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll say a save. I guess a check is fine, but you get a bigger bonus. Okay, that's good. So it's almost like your senses are just assaulted by all these new experiences from smell, feel. You took your shoes off. You put your toes in dirt for the first time. The color, the wind, the sun. There's so many things that are just hitting you right now, and you almost just break down into just tears. But
Oh,
you
he's starting
managed
to
to.
cry. He's
Okay, yeah.
totally starting. And laugh. He's laughing and crying.
The true mark of a madman.
It's beautiful. It's beautiful. It's beautiful. Yeah, so he's in La La Land.
And Veldrin,
Mhm.
you feel that book. It feels a little lighter right now. Almost like the book itself has just released something, or maybe weight, or you can't really tell, right? It's either the book got lighter or you feel like a weight has been lifted off of your shoulders. I guess figuratively, but maybe also physically.
Did Ari get any sense of where he might be in relation to his great marshes?
You have no idea.
Nice.
You can give me a survival to maybe figure out sort of kind of at least where,
Yeah,
maybe a
that's kind of what I
general
was
idea.
going for with that whole thing.
Is it deciduous? Deciduous. So you get down 4s, you taste the earth, I mean, technically you're also tasting the soil, smearing it on your face. You're not necessarily sure geographically where you are, but you do know that you are in, it's obviously, at least, yeah, you did survival. You know it's, a pretty healthy looking deciduous forest, which probably means you have a somewhat idea of the natural predators, the natural prey animals. You kind of know what you would be hunting for, what kind of herbs you'd get, what kind of herbs maybe to avoid, maybe not necessarily knowing exactly what some of the herbs are, but knowing like if you find the toadstool of this color, in this kind of area, then that's poisonous, right? So you're able to apply some of your swamp experience to where you are. But as far as geographical locations, where to go from
No
here,
idea.
correct.
Got it. Check. Cool. So yeah, Ari kind of pulls his hands
Damn,
off
they're
of
rolling good.
the two earth, mounds that kind of rose up and they seem to recede. And he kind of flicks his tongue and is just looking left to right, not doing anything else but that, just looking left to right.
And an important question for Veldrin, real quick. Do you take a look at the book?
I think he'd like pick it up and kind of handle it as he feels like the change in weight.
Did the image not? Hope the image goes through. There you go. All right.
Cha has spotted a bunch of a little circle of mushrooms, and is sort of like climbing on his hands and knees toward them, like grab some of them, like sniffing them. Are these food? Back at everybody.
Does Hardy know if those are good?
People look. I read about mushrooms.
Actually, does Ari know if they will kill or just do like a? He'll only know if they're lethal or not. Any other effects is up to Cube.
So the ones that Cha specifically has picked up.
Yep.
Well, this is what I am gonna have you guys do. Call the luck roll. Just give me a good old D20.
I feel like Cha should do that.
Okay, here we go. Nice. Natural
So
20.
one of the fun things I like to do with these particular rolls is sometimes I like to switch it up, and usually I'll say like high or low. So sometimes high doesn't necessarily mean win. It just means it's the other side of a coin. But this one doesn't seem poisonous. It's edible, but it won't fill you up much. It'll probably taste like complete crap, but to somebody who's never tasted it before and has, slightly more infernal tastes, who knows? Sometimes you never know until you try it.
He waits for a millisecond of someone saying it's okay. Or he shoves it.
It's like practically already in his mouth. He's just like, in like one of those movies where you're like, where the character has it right up to their mouth and they're just like, say it, say it, say it, say yes, yet say it.
Waits for the tiniest head nod from Ari or anybody around. And then it's just chomps it right down and savors every moment. It's just chewing slowly and methodically, and looking up at the trees, watching birds flit to and fro. Sees pollen drifting by. It's just like reaching out for it slowly. Finally, we're here. Oh, okay. I'll be quiet. Dangerous. I don't know. We're here.
Oh, why is this not loading? Uh-oh.
All right. Well,
Uh-oh.
if nothing else, Ari will take a random guess towards the nearest direction where he feels is generally downhill and towards water.
All right, I'd say with that survival, you kind of got a feel of where you might be able to find a stream or I'm streaming. It's funny. I just thought about that. Where you might find a stream. Yeah. So so you're just gonna go in that direction.
Well, yeah, Ari is just suggesting that we head in that general direction.
Todd keeps his boots off, just picks them up, sort of using his
Gotta look
quarter
at my map
staff,
here.
black, like golden etched quarter
So
staff
they
as a
would
walking
be
stick, and is just trudging along whatever direction anybody wants to.
west. So that from their perspective, they'd be heading east. Okay.
Niavara will plop herself firmly at Veldrin's side, assuming that his eyes are going to have to adjust to the sunlight, as she sort of expects them to fall into lockstep behind the other group.
Which he does.
Sort of
Alright.
like curious about what exactly they're planning to do when they get to a city.
Would Cha have heard anything about how tieflings are regarded by the humans or by the surface world? In a similar vein.
Well, as far as your knowledge, give me a history check.
Nope.
Let's see what he can.
Yeah.
Yeah, you were
It was
you
Oh,
were
well.
so busy being wrapped up in the politics of the planes. Your parents always kept you busy, and then even when you finally got broke free of those bonds, you were still too busy being trained by the monks and kind of learning how to do things. So it never really came up. I mean, they also never really said anything about needing to go to the surface world either. So it probably never really came up. And if it did, it was in passing, and maybe they were too drunk, or any myriad of things that could cause you to not be able to recall.
Gotcha.
All right, so you guys are traveling north,
Yeah.
south,
So
east, or west. You can probably get a feel that there is, and I have to look at my map to give myself a sense of direction. So you get a feel that there's probably a stream east, technically, or at least from your direction, walking straight out the cave.
yeah, so Ari will suggest that we head towards water, and as we kind of make our way into this little jaunt, Ari turns to Zed. You spoke of a ship. This is the thing Ari knows. It moves across the water. Perhaps we seek the water. We seek your ship. And Ari looks confused, as if every ship might be Zed's ship. He doesn't know.
Well, I know at least where my ship should be. I don't know where we are. So up until this point, Zed's just kind of been very quiet and just more or less just looking at the surroundings. Not even so much paying attention to what everyone else in the group's been doing. He's now in an element that he is at least somewhat familiar with and is trying to get a lay of the land, see if there's any threats. So definitely willing to move toward water because that's where he's comfortable.
What's the name of your ship, Zed?
Oh, it was a ship I was sailing. I'm not sure if I can still consider it my ship, as my old captain, Thatcher. But the ship's name was the Ashen Wake. It's a fearsome ship.
And while you're having that discussion, everybody, feel free to give me a perception check.
Mm-hmm.
Hot damn, hot damn, hot damn. All right, let me roll mine.
Well, Nevar was occupied apparently.
Yeah, Nevar was busy, trying to make sure Veldrin was okay. It's really bright. Veldrin might be, having to squint a lot to, acclimating to the surface world. Let me just do a chance roll
Nevar is
here.
worried about Veldrin, and meanwhile, Veldrin's locked in.
Let's roll that. Just a
Yeah,
chance.
Veldrin can
Okay.
be better than anyone.
Nevar or Veldrin, like blind. I don't know what you're talking about.
God damn, they are rolling crits like crazy tonight.
Tapped in.
All right, let's see. You guys are rolling pretty good tonight. 24, 19, 17, 21,
And
10. So, Veldrin, Cha, Hozik, and Zed would all notice that as you guys are moving through the brush, moving the plants aside to step through them, avoiding branches from smacking you in the head, or, watching out for thorn bushes here and there, you were pretty sure that you saw something odd moving in one of the trees nearby. Beldrin, with your natural 20, you were very confident that you saw a face in the tree for the blink of an eye, but it disappeared before you could really catch a lot of features. It looked like a feminine face.
Speaking of which, is it dangerous here? I know nothing. Should we keep an eye out for anything?
Of all the people that rolled bad, it was the druid.
Hey,
should
Chaw,
always
on the surface, you always got to keep your eyes out.
I
Okay.
second that opinion.
Is this like a normal forest? Is this a big forest? A small forest? Is it a forest?
Pretty peaceful though, doesn't it?
I
Ari,
guess.
who just looks super confident right now and is totally unaware of any of his surroundings. Ah, you travel with the scales of the moon. No forest shall stop us.
That was
I
a
mean, I saw something move over there. I don't know what it was.
DC
but-
17, and they
Okay,
killed it.
well, we'll keep an eye out. Char kind of hops along, putting his boots back on.
I was about to say, Zed Zed was just about to tell you to put your boots back on.
I mean, he's used to being barefoot anyway, as the monk. But he throws them back on so that they're not encumbered.
So you guys continue, or
What did
Uh,
anybody catch a better glimpse of that thing? I saw something flash through the tree over there.
Tis just the shadows, my friend. There's nothing.
Yeah, I have no idea what you're talking about.
well,
Something,
there
something
was-
feminine, maybe even some sort of. Well, I'm not really sure. Let's just keep going and keep a watchful eye. Yeah.
Feminine?
Veldrin was the
Okay.
only one that saw the face. You guys saw something move, but Veldrin's the
felt
one who got the more detail with the nat 20.
Are you doing okay out here, Veldrin? It's pretty tough on your eyes, no?
Which, now that I think
reading
about it,
about
that is
the
kind of funny that
drow.
Veldrin got the nat 20 on that.
Right. We're reading about the drow having trouble with light or something.
Zed,
Myth.
I guess, having the second highest roll, just kind of looks over at Veldrin and makes eye contact and just kind of gives a nod as far as understanding that there's something out there. But not really sure if we should be on guard. Just kind of trying to perceive Veldrin's body language.
That's a good question. What is Veldrin's body language right now?
He's keeping it cool. He's more curious about what it is that he saw. Because, he got a better glimpse of it than anybody else. But he's also not super well versed in the surface world.
The least adapted person to the surface world. I love it.
Hey, everybody, I want to show you a trick. At first it freaked me out down there in that
Okay, they're
Drow
getting
City,
close to it, so I will
but
move
I
them.
think I've kind of mastered it. Check it out.
It's a move.
Chalk sort of starts mumbling under his breath, and you start hearing the same creepy whispers that were down there in the Drow City.
Alright.
What's totally surrounding all. Pretty cool, huh? Good could come in handy, maybe.
I
Might have
preload the
these
scene.
birds I can make sounds of too.
Perhaps
I'm-
stick to the birds for now. It's
I'm-
definitely a skill.
Copy their oh geez.
For sure.
Copy their tokens.
Niavara has done the mental math on this party, and it is not looking good. A drow, a tiefling, and a lizard folk walk into a bar. Never mind if the tiefling starts.
Making eerie whispering noises
You're gonna get attacked by a paladin.
from the evoke from the walls.
Blood coming from the eyes.
So
right.
Zed, what's the deal with humans? Hey, I guess we're going to see a lot of them. What should we know about you guys? Are you cool? You dickheads? What's the deal?
Yes.
Yeah.
Anything you could possibly imagine as far as the personality of an individual, you will most likely find in a human, given their circumstances, I'd say. So just maybe don't expect much and be open to everything.
Are folks like me, a tiefling, and Draari, and I know I heard you say earlier drow are not very common, but like Kozik, three of us, are we fairly common in the cities or deal?
Well, it depends on the city you go to. I've definitely seen lizard folk before. I've seen a few dwarves. I'm not sure if I've seen. I thought it was a tiefling, but I wasn't trying to be judgmental, honestly. But yeah, drow's not even hardly. There's rumors you might have a conversation about them, but see a lot of elves. You see, you'll see all kinds of folks. That's for sure. But yeah, it's just again, just keep your mind open because you'll probably see quite a lot that's
So
maybe something you've
Niabara,
never seen before. But
you look like an elf, like a different kind of elf than a drow elf.
Yes.
And they're more common. That's why you changed your face.
Also more liked.
Or liked.
High elves are seen as sort of posh, arrogant bastards, from what I understand.
Oh.
That's what I've always heard.
never met a high elf I haven't disliked.
Oh, okay. But so what is the advantage of you pretending to look like one then? Seems like people are going to give you a lot of crap.
No. They might think crap, but they're not going to act on it. High elves live a very long time. Drow do as well, I guess, but they carry different stigmas, one might say.
Ah, okay.
I could have pretended to be a human, but, well, the ears I'm quite fond of at this point, and she'll, like, rub the tips of them.
So are people going to think that all of us are like your servants or something?
No.
Okay.
And
so
if they did, they would have so many more questions. If we're anyone's servants, it's going to be the dwarfs.
Well, maybe. I know. Kozik is a little embarrassed by that, but he does seem to, the look on his face seems to think, yeah, that's probably true.
the one
Your armor is
actual
pretty
noble
fancy.
of the group.
True enough.
Yes. Nivara has stolen enough goods from nobles to have spotted him at 50 paces.
Kozik is clutching his special purse, but yeah, I think Kozik kind of looks off and says, "Yes, it would be great if we could find a human town, human settlement. At least would be better than a goblin settlement. I dare say."
Doing their
They live along
best.
the rivers.
I just honestly doing business with goblins. It's mucky business.
Tough business, eh?
So goblins, not very common in the
You guys have control of your tokens, correct? Sure the settings are right.
I think so.
Okay.
One could say that they're less than common. Yeah, that's very true. I would say that most settlements contain a majority of the time you're going to encounter humans, elves, dwarves, halflings slightly less commonly.
halflings. Yes, I think I read about them too.
Most everyone else keeps to themselves and, well, some might say us monsters might keep to ourselves. I
Us
wouldn't.
monsters? Like we're
Yes,
the
it did not.
monsters?
Correct, my dear. Listen, look up at the sky. Do you see the sun? People who like the sun, who understand the sun, who are used to the sun, are scared of the dark, and we are of the dark. We are the thing that goes bump in the night, as far as they're concerned.
Toss starts having like a real moment of realization that he's never had in his life. At that moment that she said that, like, oh, do you mean like people would not do very well with people who are from the realm of the hells?
One way of putting it, mildly, yes.
Okay.
You might just want to wear some sort of hat or headgear of some kind.
John reaches up and grabs his horns real fast, like suddenly really self-conscious. Oh, you mean
So Zed seeing this all happening kind of starts to just finger by finger pull his gloves off. Not really saying anything. He's seeing Cha's reaction and kind of understanding the moment here, and he's like, Cha, honestly, your personality is very befitting for this the surface here. However, if I could just give you these, maybe you could disguise yourself. And he hands Cha both of his gloves, with hopes that Cha puts them on his horns.
oh, I don't need these. I have my hood, and he has and he throws he has a big hood that can come up and over. That sort of obfuscates them and gives them a hood. Yeah, I think it'll be okay. No.
Listen, if they actually try something, I'm going to stab someone. People can say whatever
Okay.
they like about people like me. However, my brother, you, who's done nothing wrong. Oh no, they're getting the blade. I'll introduce them to a stiletto.
Oh, okay. So we might need to kill people. For
No,
okay, no.
that's not
oh,
what I'm saying. It's hyperbole.
Okay. He's starting to stammer a bit. It's like, you know what? I have some abilities to change my appearance if we need to. And he suddenly transforms into like a human version of himself without horns, with like long brown hair, His ears suddenly look more like Zed's. His kind of facial, his it like he changes to look like a human. Cha now looks like a human in the
So,
face.
what
Hands.
does it look like as you're casting this spell? This is a question I will ask people. Immersion.
Oh, sure.
Because
So
there's verbal and semantic components to this, so
yes. So just just boot it up so I can exact. Okay. So so he kind of starts he starts chanting in a language I'm not sure if any of you understand, but it's infernal. So he's like and you watch as like from the horns down he starts to like morph, including his clothing, which is starting to look a little bit more like Zed's sort of getup. He's kind of modeling his human look on Zed a bit without the facial hair. um he's just a little more svelte and wiry. um he's also moving his hands in kind of these interesting gestures.
semantic.
You're seeing this strange sort of glowing energy that's evoking from his hands, that's sort of reverberating out of his voice. It's transforming every bit of him into a human. And he even puts a little bit more weight on himself, so he looks a little bit thicker, kind of muscular, and beefier. And then sort of changes his voice a little bit. He's like, "So, what do you think about this, everybody? You think this would pass
I
in a human city or settlement?"
feel like instead of Cha, we should probably call you maybe Charles.
Oh,
You- Very funny. How long would that spell last?
oh, not very long, just like 1 hour. But I just wanted to give you an example. If I need to, just somebody let me know, and I can do something like this.
That should be very useful.
Oh yes, it's coming very handy for. And he kind of sort of looks uncertain how to respond. He's like,
Innate
um,
spellcasting. Interesting.
for certain situations, yes.
Yeah.
Situations with my work from the past that I no longer in. You know,
Neovar
no,
gives a little knowing smile, like, ah, that sort
right?
of work.
Yeah, yeah.
Thanks.
All well and good. However, I will inform you that most uh, upsiders tend to react badly if they feel like you've been purposely lying to them. And disguising
Okay.
yourself is considered quite the lie. I would know firsthand, in fact.
Chub
So
loves the irony of being lectured by someone who totally changed how they look.
so just so you know how to use it. So when you go to your spell book, I already
Mhm.
did it because I want to display it. But like you did disguise self, right? So you go into your spell book and you click the little dice icon, and that will cast the spell. And also, as you see where it says use is 0 of 1, it'll actually consume the spell slot for you, so it's easier to track it.
Oh, cool. So I would go to
So
I
it's
click
already
on the icon, the
yeah.
the
So when you
D20 icon right next like to the left of it.
yeah.
Okay, gotcha.
So it should be calculated that when you do a long rest, that should
Yes.
automatically fill in if I have done everything correctly. Some things may not work all the time, but
Gotcha. So I can do this basically once a day, whenever. so I can't be frivolous about it. But I wanted to also workshop it with you if you feel like it needs any changes or you know, I guess I didn't think about the idea that my people could be seen upon with disdain in this world. That I guess it makes sense. People haven't had good experiences with the Hell Realms. I mean, I didn't.
Less that and more common prejudice, in my opinion. Everyone's slightly different after all. I do understand the perhaps irony of things, however. Listen, I am a spy. I've been here before. And as the traveler wills it, so I am commanded.
Is the audio
I'd
coming
like to
through?
hear more about this traveler sometime.
Well, he's a trickster god.
I'll turn my audio
And
down.
the
Just
man of one of many faces.
my audio down just a
Ah,
smidge.
okay.
Can't wait to get a microphone. All
At
right.
some point, I'll explain it.
Yes, I'd like that.
However, you only have an hour on that spell, so we should probably get to town quickly,
Oh yeah, that's definitely coming through.
or
Son of
try
a
to.
bitch.
If
I
you'd
mean,
like to go into
we're
town, human.
Where
I have
does
no
anyone know
idea.
where we are? I mean,
Did we
Where's-
arrive at some body of water?
Yes. A nice little stream here.
is
So
this
as we
water
arrive to the
drinkable?
water, Ari kind of goes down on all fours, and you kind of expect him to go into the water, but instead he like kind of, curls his shoulders and kind of rotates his neck as if he's stretching, and he finds a really nice rock, just sprawls out on the rock in the sun.
And something for Cha. You've never seen water so clear in your life.
Can it be drunk? Is it dangerous? He's like wanting to just jump in, but is hesitant too. He wants to make sure he's not doing anything. It's really reckless.
As you say that, Ari extends a hand, and with a little manipulation, he's gonna shape the water just to like splash you.
That's a good one. And Cha sort of looks around and is like, "All right, I'm doing it." And he strips down naked and cannonballs into the water, with his tail like flapping in the
My
behind him, and
threshold.
does like
already-
a spin and a cannonball into the.
Ozik kind of
That's
stands aloof a little bit.
Okay.
He isn't so keen on these displays of merriment and foolishness, but he secretly
All
he has
right.
a little look on his
How's
face.
that?
He
Okay.
can't help but look with a little.
Well, Ari locks eyes with you as he notices this glance, and his what you would imagine are lizard eyebrows seem to kind of raise, and then he dives in with a very clean lizard-like dive into the water, and just seems very at home beneath the water. In fact, he doesn't come up, just swimming below the surface, be along the bottom for a little while, maybe eating some little crustaceans that he kind of finds along the way.
All right. So those of you not enjoying the splishy sploosh of the water can give me a perception check. As the others are kind of splashing around, having a good time. Having a good time, having a good time.
Good time.
Mediocre.
Oh, horrible rolls, everyone.
Hey, you guys have been
Apparently-
rolling pretty good the whole time until now.
The
Yep.
water splashing noises are overtaking our other senses.
Well, you're just enthralled. You know, it's like Cha jumping into the water is like you can't take your eyes off of this excited, almost childlike. You know, dang, the word just flew right out of my head. This
Crowd
childlike,
like wonder.
yeah, like the wonder of he's just so excited to be alive right now, and he's just so enthralled by his joy to just be here. Like that's something that is extremely rare.
And when Cha comes to the surface of the water again, he's Cha, like he dropped the disguise and it's just totally Cha, flashing around.
All right. So there's some splishy spooshin. Is there anything you guys not in the water want to do in before something may or may not happen?
No.
How wide is this stream?
As it is, so about 15 to 20 feet at its wider point.
So we can easily see across to the other side.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's daytime. I mean, you're next to a stream. It's not like cloudy or anything. There's not a whole hell of a lot of trees around. I mean, there's enough, but it's not like you can't really see anything kind of situation.
So, and just one other question, based on where we are, which direction is the stream running?
So from the map's location, it is running from the north side of the map to the south.
Okay. So at this point, Zed is just kind of glancing around a little bit, but looking upriver.
Cha's taking huge gulps of this delightfully pristine water and splashing Draati and like playing with him and diving under it.
Okay. So the lizard folk and the tiefling are just kind of splashing around, splashing, having a good old time. I dragged.
It's great! I love it! Oh, feels so good. Perfect temperature. Man, nothing could ruin my day.
Ari's like at one point he like throws his tail out to you as if to like grab onto it, and if you do you?
He totally does.
Yeah, he just takes you underwater, and we're moving very quickly, like right along the bottom of the water, and you're just loving it.
Oh, he's like under the water.
Can't put that on the board. Too far up.
Oh man.
All right. Yeah, y'all's just splashing away, distracted as ever.
Having a good time. Do-do-do.
So while you're doing that, Veldrin and Niavara and Zed, and maybe to some lesser extent, Kozik, can hear some muttering behind you. Question is, do any of you guys speak Goblin?
Yes.
Oh.
No.
Depends on what the language of goblin is.
I do.
It's actually just Goblin. Goblinoid.
Yeah. Nope.
Just goblin.
All right. So
Posting some fun music in the chat now.
actually, I
Ooh,
also
nice.
have some music that is not so
Oh,
much
cool.
DMCA safe, but I can put it in Discord.
Uh-huh.
But that'll be in a moment. Anyway, well, depending on what happens. So, yeah, you can hear some chittering, some making noises behind you. But Zed, you can hear. Wait. Pee in that water. What are they at? And you can hear them talking amongst themselves. How would they be swimming in that? Even we have standards. Make any sense whatsoever. These people are gross. Well, it's not our place to say anything. Goblin. And you can clearly hear them whispering. And you know what? I'll give them a chance. Let's see what their chance is.
I know, so I can.
Yeah, no, it's like they're not even whispering. They're just talking
I can
amongst
tell
themselves.
where they're coming from.
Natural too. Nice.
Oh yeah, they're right there. These people are
Okay.
weird.
Before I say anything to the people in the water, can I potentially like roll some sort of perception check to see if they're hostile?
That would be
Based
an
on me hearing
insight.
them? Insight? Okay.
Shaw's trying his best backstroke now. He's using his tail as like a rudder.
There we go. Fuck. Not gonna go well. All right, I'm gonna roll insight.
Yeah, you have no idea.
So I know that I don't understand them, but do I hear them at least? They're like right
Oh,
on
yeah.
me.
Oh yeah, they rolled a 2 to be stealthy, and they already had some negatives. I didn't even have to do much of a calculation on that one.
Okay, so
They're
Zed,
basically
Go ahead.
standing behind bushes, but the bushes are clearly way too small for them. But they think they're all huddled behind like one bush, but two of them are like their backs are sticking out, or like their arm is sticking out the side, maybe a leg. You can see like their pointy ears. It looks like they're huddled behind like a bush that is just not meant for 3 goblins to be hiding behind.
They're trying to do the 3 goblins in a trench coat, but it's not working out for them.
Yeah, basically.
so Zed hearing them, not knowing their intentions, just whispers to Veldrin and Niavara. They were talking about that river there, the stream is full of their streams, if you know what I mean.
Oh no.
Shaw takes another giant gulp of the water, just feeling like it's the best, tastiest water he's ever experienced.
Do we want to tell them at this point, or do we just want to let them simmer in it? Is it better or worse if they know?
Ari, what do you think? Do you like this stuff? This water stuff?
I mean, their constitution's probably high enough that they can tank it. They seem like healthy young men.
Ari, would it be
Actually
bad
say-
if I took a whiz water at like a faux pas? At like a bad.
No, this is common. Dude.
Okay, I'll go over here so it's
All right.
Okay,
Time
don't
for you to
drink
get out
over
of the
there.
fucking water. I can't even fucking muster this anymore. You've been drinking piss,
Hey.
swimming in piss.
What?
It's not even your own piss. You gotta get out of the water. Get out of the water, please.
Well, it might be a
you're
little bit of my
fucking
piss
bothering
now.
me.
But
My toes are starting to curl. Please get out of the fucking water.
oh, wow. Ari, what's up with Zed? Having a conniption.
You're swimming in pee, and it's not even your own.
Swimming in pee? Well,
It's
how
your
did
pee.
you know? I just.
You were so
Ari lifts his hands in the air. What is pee but just water that has not become?
Wait, what?
What?
And
All
then
water has
Chaw's
fish
starting to
pee.
like look. Chaw's starting to look around, and be like, "Oh, come on!" Like gets out, or like shakes himself.
At least you were, you stripped down before you jumped in there, right?
Yes.
You might
So
wish to
you
bathe.
don't have, piss soaked clothes now.
True. Hey, who are those guys?
Ah,
They are the ones that have been.
It
Oh.
basically deciphered that they have been filling this stream here with their own
Well, that-
stream.
They're not
Shut
the
up,
only
stupid!
ones.
Giving us away.
Sewage. It's not that. It's literally just that it's sewage water. It's not
All of
that
it?
big a deal. Yes, as in there's a city upstream that this feeds into. That presumptively this stream is then used to get the stuff out of the city.
Shut up, you idiot! They're gonna see us. What are you doing? No, you shut up. You kind of hear them start fighting behind the bush, and it rustles. Shut up! They're gonna hear you. I think they hear you.
He's like tasting the aftertaste of the water he's been drinking. He's like, okay, that taste of piss in the material world. Check. Right.
So just for real quick, is this isn't a very pristine stream as you described it, or that's just how Cha saw it?
Oh, it's very pristine. I
It
mean,
is
they're
and it's flowing. The water's moving, right?
yeah.
Right, it's not
Okay,
like a
yeah.
toilet.
Ari still doesn't care.
Um,
Although everyone else is out of the water, so he'll get out of the water and kind of shake the scales off. Again, almost like a dog would. Snout to tip of the tail.
Hey, did you guys make some friends over here? I was just running around naked. He totally doesn't seem to have like an etiquette issue.
We'll be quiet. We don't really know who they are.
Oh, okay, I'll be.
I just heard that they peed in that water that you were all and you were drinking it, and it got to a point where I've seen a lot, but that was as a friend, I wanted to just let you know.
I mean, it didn't taste like piss. It tasted just like regular water. Give it a try. You can tell me how much ratio of piss there is in it.
Oh, select.
not that
Try. Here, come over.
No, I'm
Over.
not that
Chop
familiar
bends,
with being able to
bends over
judge.
naked, like with his button up in the air, and
That's
just like
why.
taking more swills of water. Ah, that's good. Pristine, right, Rowdy?
Yes, all the waters are connected as one back to our great marsh.
I do think that you're what's the word? Scarring our human friend here.
Oh, I see. I'm sorry, Zed. He kind of walks up, kid, like, I'll stop it.
Most of my life's been living on a ship, and if I ever saw one of my crewmates just eating or drinking out of the the chamber pot, it's yeah.
Well, I wouldn't do that either. I mean, look at it. It looks pretty good, doesn't it?
Well, okay, all right. We'll forget that there was pee in that water, I guess.
There's pee in all water.
I won't forget. That was my first piss on the material plane.
I know for a fact, and I can't prove it, but I know for a fact I've had peeless water.
That's impossible.
No,
Yeah.
I look
What?
forward. That is possible.
There is some percentage of pee in all water. There's
Yes.
fish.
So, as you're
Fish
having
have-
this discussion, something else happens.
Please.
Oh, if it lets me move it.
Ari's
the
just
shrub-
nodding his head. Yes,
I'm
water
just
is
gonna
pee.
move you there for a sec.
Yep.
So you see the shrub that they were in front of quite literally gets up and walks away,
Oh,
What?
leaving
Oh.
them huddled together.
what?
The
Is
shrub
that-
just left?
Yeah, the
Right,
shrub
so-
that they're hiding behind
It
just
zoomed
stood
over.
up and just noped out.
I knew they were there, but
Wow,
this is awful.
cool.
So we now all see
Hello.
3 goblins.
Thinking that they're huddled behind a bush, and it takes them a moment to come to the realization that their shrub has walked away. See, you idiot! You took too long. You could have left by now. Now they're gonna see us. Oh, hey!
Hey there,
Are they-
guys.
Are they still talking in Goblin, or have they swapped to Common?
So they had enough time to observe you. They probably come to common, and they say it in kind of broken. You know, when it sounds like they speak in common, it sounds kind of broken. But you know, when they all say "Hey" simultaneously, and they have these big, like, nervous grins on their faces, their sharp teeth showing, and they're just like all waving at you.
Shaw waves back. Hey, want to go for a swim?
Now we pee in that.
Oh, so did I. Does it feel good when you're totally weightless and like let it off?
It's better when you're upstream and somebody's downstream.
Oh, I didn't think about that. I might have just peed on somebody else who was enjoying the water.
Yeah, well,
Artie's scales kind of bristle for a second, and he's just trying to scan over the goblins to see if they're, wearing it or carrying any kind of banner or insignia or something that would tie them to any of the larger, goblin clans.
no obvious marking. They're pretty bare-chested. They have like
They're royal
pants
goblins.
on, but they're just kind of scraggly.
Yeah. Artie eases up. Doesn't seem too concerned and kind of stands by Zed.
Hey, thanks for letting us know that, though. Make sure not to bathe there too much. You go to the bathroom there.
Told you a second ago that they peed in it.
I thought you meant
Job.
like hypothetically.
It was no hypothetical. I heard him talking about it.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
We
Job.
peed in it too.
Should we all go?
To
Is this
I
like
would suggest washing off, but
Three.
with what?
and move them all
No,
simultaneously.
you got the point there. I guess I shouldn't fill my water skin here then, huh?
Not without
Although
boiling
tasted
it
pretty
first.
good.
I would recommend boiling it regardless.
I think that's a good idea. Sure. I'll dry it off enough. He starts putting on.
As that happens, Artie turns to these 3 goblins that are just standing here awkwardly waving. You 3s, tell us these waters, the name of this mud. Where are we?
Home.
Have a word for it? Like a certain name for the river or the toilet or
Toilet river.
toilet river.
And
That's a good
we
name.
we call home.
Can you point us in the direction of the nearest human settlement?
So as you ask that, you hear a much more gruff, guttural, much more authoritative voice coming from the other side of the stream. You'd want to go south. Follow that road there. And he points to the road, the cobbled road. Oh, not really cobbled, but.
Oh, hey.
And you turn around, you notice 3 full-blooded orcs just kind of standing there with hands on their hips. Each of them seems to be brandishing what looks like a great axe, some leathers, maybe a pouch or 2 at their sides. They seem like they've probably been in a few scraps. They got scars, like marking their faces and arms. But they all seem to be of, at least from what you can tell, of similar rank.
You said they were brandishing their weapons?
They were at first, but
Okay.
kind of seeing that you haven't really
They
attacked
don't have their weapons drawn.
Yes, kind of seeing that the three goblins over there, because they look at you and they look to the goblins and they put their weapons away. Probably they might have heard a commotion and kind of came to investigate.
Hey, thanks for the information. Do you know the name of the city down there?
They call it Grenstall or something like that. I don't know.
By the way, do you also pee in this water?
I mean, why wouldn't you?
Exactly. All right. So
I mean, we also
Really?
shit in it too. I mean, it's water.
Oh, I didn't do that. I should try it. I've never
No.
done that in water before.
Charles,
No.
stay away from the water, please.
Oh, new experiences.
That's next stream, right? There's always another stream.
Hey, where are you guys from?
Bonk Village, and as ping him, as this guy kind of says that, they all seem to have now you have a moment to take a look at them on every one of their, it's somewhere on their body, be it their clothing, a tattoo. The one on the bottom has a tattoo of it. The one in the middle has like both what looks like open furred chest, furs. Sorry, you can kind of see the outlines of it, but still kind of covered a little bit. The other one seems like he has a icon on his right hand, and it just looks like a big mace. Bonk Village.
Oh, cool. Which way is that? North or? Is it there too?
What my
I'm not going to any place called Bonk Village.
Oh, okay.
Too rich for that type of a place? Too much for.
Yeah, he kind of leans over to Neavara and is like, "What's his problem?"
So I'll
I don't
briefly
trust guys like
bring you to the
Nevar
main.
bristles a little bit.
Right.
So Team Cool. For the player knowledge, not so much for the character knowledge. Right there.
There's it's not Bog Village, it's Bonk.
Bonk.
Hey.
Bonk on the head of the mace. With a
Yep.
hammer.
Bonk. What's your relations with the nearby humans? Neavara will let her appearance drop back to a drow.
Oh, just like that.
Mhm.
Like without hiding it or anything, you just turn back.
Yes, it's well, it looks just like dropping of a magic veil. It looks almost exactly like the spell Chaw had.
You did.
I mean,
Oh, cool.
they don't mess with us. We don't mess with them. Sometimes our little ones get too excited and they see something shiny and they chase it. And sometimes it leads over there. That's not our problem.
Tell me,
Shouldn't
do
have
you
any
have
shiny
good
stuff sticking out.
parties there?
I mean,
And you guys party down for reals?
just kind of
Come on,
coughs.
you can be honest.
He's new to this thing called socializing. I think that it's quite fascinating.
Are the parties bigger in Bonk or in Grenstall?
Bryn's still bigger. Bonk, we bonk harder.
Hey. Star kind of nods and gives him a wink. You guys, we should talk Bonk Village.
Select all of them. And the three goblins start to, meander towards. Kind of got a splish sploosh.
You guys need to go too. Don't forget to go while you're in. Feels so good.
We already did.
Hey, thanks for the
Um,
help, you guys. We'll come visit sometime, maybe.
Well, if you want a good bonking,
what kind of? I'm assuming violence. Yes, no, maybe so.
all of the above. Alcohol, violence. I mean, some of us are into it.
I see. No judgment.
That's kind of fun. Do you have mead?
Alcohol.
Close enough.
I mean, want to get drunk? You can come get a bonking. If you want to get drunk and not get bonked, you go south.
South it is then, yeah? Sounds good.
Ari knows not to drink with Orc.
Why is that?
Because you drink and drink until we all fall, but Orc always stand up after.
Yeah. Well, that's true. I mean, it's not our fault that we're very good at holding our alcohol.
There were so many ways that I saw that going so much worse, and I'm so glad.
No.
I'm so
Agreed.
glad, Ari.
Good save, Draw. Good save.
And the big orc on that guy just kind of smacks all three of them on the head. Get back in the cart. Come on, hurry up. Want to get back before sundown. Yeah.
Thanks, guys. Bye bye. Glad I got to drink your piss.
You people.
So, Shaw,
Yeah, that was
just
fun.
between you and I, let's not say that to literally anyone else that we come across
You mean it's not like a cool
on
idiom or
on
something?
the surface venture here. That's not it's
It's
just
not like slang, like, hey man, drink my piss.
No.
right. It's taken quite a different way. If you're not only voluntarily doing it and then telling them that you enjoy it, I would not.
Okay. Kind of looking to everyone for like confirmation or education of these, how to handle these idioms and colloquialisms.
Miavara is politely laughing at this point before she nods and says that yes, Zed is actually the expert here about the warnings of a golden shower.
So while you guys are kind of huddled up and having your conversation, this orc just starts heading out.
Reaches back. Hey, thanks a lot for the advice, buddy. See you later, maybe in bonk. And we'll do some bonking and pissing.
Well, don't
I
let
mean,
the forest witch get you. All right, bye.
We's wondering
Forest
why
witch?
What you would say? Say what?
so many Orc need to get back before the sun set. Ari never met an Orc who did not prefer the hunt in the night. Something odd stirs here.
I mean that there's something like that the orcs are afraid of
They kinda-
here.
Departed.
They did warn a bunch of a handful of drow, a tiefling, and a lizard folk to not be caught out here at night due to a witch. Which, yes, I
Yeah.
would assume that means that they're afraid of whatever goes here in the night.
We should
Okay.
move
So we
Alright, the witch. Doesn't
South.
sound good.
south.
Mm.
Yeah, I concur.
Okay,
Yes.
we got
Yes,
to cross the
going-
river. We have to cross the piss river. Everybody in.
And you can hear the sound of some kind of beast of burden. Doesn't sound well. Actually, the only couple of you that might know what a horse sounds like would be Zed, Dra, Ari, Zed. Maybe not so much Kozik
Sound of which now?
of a horse.
Oh,
Basically-
I know a horse.
Basically,
he's a noble, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm just thinking like, would horses fare well in the Underdark for long? Might have heard the sound of a horse.
I go to the surface. Go for it.
Yeah, what you hear is definitely not a horse. It is very loud, very heavy footsteps. But whatever that's pulling the carts, it goes really fast and they're gone very quickly.
Wow.
Cool.
So a witch. Oh,
I don't think that
somewhere?
was that presence that we felt earlier, do you? As if we were being watched from inside that tree.
Neobar will look to Veldrin because she thinks that he got a better glimpse of it. Would Witch cover what you saw?
Something. But now I'm hearing that
Might.
there's some sort of sorcerer. Oh.
Whatever I saw was feminine, but I don't know what a
Witch.
witch up here would look like.
Not like the one down below, I would imagine.
Guys, I'm getting the heebie-jeebies. We're being watched by some kind of a witch in the forest.
You're always
Right.
being watched by something in the forest.
And to that
Okay.
note, everybody
Yeah.
feel free to give me another perception check.
Al starts looking around a little paranoid, flipping his boots back on.
Damn, Veldrin coming in hot tonight.
There we go.
All right, let's see.
Boom.
So we got a
It's also-
20 and 20.
Ironic that the two people that are probably most familiar with the
Yeah,
surface
rolling the
have
worst.
the lowest roll,
Yeah,
to where
and I have
everyone else
great
is just like
proficiency.
on
so
autopilot. You're on autopilot. You're not new drivers.
It's
All
like
right.
you guys are just used to it. You're like, hell yeah, I'm relaxing. My guard's down. I know where I
Yep.
am.
Yeah, yeah.
Totally normal place.
Basically, the DC was only 13. Those of you who got above 13 or higher would notice that there is a tiny little kitty cat just sitting on the edge of the water.
Oh, hey, was that
And
there
find something
before?
adorable.
What kind of a cat is it? Orange, black, tuxedo?
Looks like a Maine Coon. Very fluffy, long hair, brown with some white lines.
Wow, look at those sharp ears.
Big fella.
Look at the kitty. Is that that's a cat, right? Is that a cat?
It's a cat.
Oh no. The token image I had for the cat is a broken link, so I'm gonna have to do a makeshift. I'll just use the shrub. Pretend the shrub's a cat. That's when it works, and I know
love
it
that
works.
The shrub came alive and walked away.
Gotta figure out why that link is
Look at
broken.
the kitty. Hi, kitty.
But it's on the other
So-
side of the pea water.
Did everyone? I mean, at this point, other people would have pointed out the cat to Ari.
Oh yeah. Child would have been like, "Hey, you guys, check out the little kitty cat."
So from like this, almost like a makeshift little carrier that he kind of made out of his backpack, Ari pulls out the skeletal cat that old Jim gave him, and he kind of sets it just by the water. I mean, you said it was an animated skeletal cat named Mittens, is what it says here.
Yep, Mittens.
So Ari pulls Mittens out and sets it down as if, I don't know, maybe the skeleton cat wants water. Like, oh yes, cat.
Eat
So-
my
so-
skeleton.
So Mittens goes down the lap of water with a tongue it doesn't have.
If a cat saw a zombie or something, he sees.
And the cat on the other side is not phased whatsoever.
Is it like staring at us, or is
Oh
it
yeah,
just kind of?
it has that piercing that piercing gaze that cats give you before they're about to knock something off a shelf. They're maintaining eye contact.
Wow, it's pretty. Maybe it wants to join us.
Pretty strange is what it is. I think we get going.
And
Oh,
Kozik,
Yeah.
Kozik specifically, just trying to figure out what kind of a check this would be actually. Give me a not a skill that's in the game. Give me a insight check, because that's as close as I can see of the skills that might be viable.
Dad.
So, as you're standing here kind of observing this cat in the forest, you know what people have observed, you get a very your fingers kind of tingle a little bit, almost like the feeling of, you know, touching a spark, right? Or maybe even being a spark. It goes from, you know, that shock, you know, like when you touch a battery and you kind of get a shock feeling, to a vibration, to a warmth. And this is all kind of in the tips of your fingers. And you just kind of get this familiar feeling, this almost pull. And it just kind of it washes over you like a wave. But, you know, nobody else seems to really be affected by it or seem to have any.
Pull towards what?
Sorry, what?
Pull towards what?
That's a good question.
I keep it to myself. I don't let other people in. Like, but maybe I start to feel a little rigid or something. I kind of don't feel comfortable.
Yeah, and what's strange about it is it's a feeling that you've never had before, but it feels so familiar. There just even the small assemblies, a small degree, it's akin to that feeling that you get when you cast your spells.
Right. Feels magical.
Oh, very much so. So now the
Alright, you
next
think there's
question
something
is,
wrong with that cat?
who of you are magically inclined to the arc? So we got it is a sailor or a monk. All right. So yeah, you're definitely the only one that notices.
Yeah, Potter,
Okay.
you think the cat is spooky? We should leave it alone.
I'm not sure, but I think guess we should probably cross over to the other side. And I'm just kind of I'm giving off some sort of weird vibes to the party.
And you
Let's-
specifically, Kozik, now that you've kind of gotten that weird feeling, something is also not right about this cat. And as you think about that, it just kind of
But a second ago, you didn't want anything to do with it. You want to go over there now?
Are we really thinking about swimming across that piss stream?
I kind of just get into
You-
the water, even though
Oh, but
my boots are a little too nice for it. And my clothes kind of.
I'll reach out and try to grab him and pull him back.
well, you guys are able to just like run and easily like jump over it because it's only like 10 feet wide. So you can actually do a running jump and get around it.
Cha tries to grab before he does that. Possible.
God damn it! There's no pee in the fucking river.
I'm
Everybody
convinced.
has to weigh in on the P River.
The cat just kind of moseys up to you and rubs against your leg. Hear it
Hey,
purring.
Kozak, what are you doing? Shaw's gonna jump across. Kozak, what? You're acting kind of funny, dude. What's going on?
Is there anything about this the cat that I can read that makes it seem special in any way?
Sure, give me a Arcana check.
Annoying.
Been on a roll tonight.
Just giving everybody else looks like get over here. or
Yep,
something.
yep. Just so I thought, you guys have been on a roll tonight.
Gods.
That is a natural 20 with a 21. This cat fucking ain't natural. There's some off about this cat. There's something. This cat, you get close to it, and as it touches you and kind of rubs against you, and just is just having the time of its life. This cat gives you the exact same vibes that you get when you cast a spell. The same type of energy, the same kind of almost chaotic but extremely potent source.
Can I tell from looking at it? Is it a boy or a girl cat?
Uh,
It's hard to tell.
yeah, it's kind of hard to tell.
Yeah.
How
All
many
right, well-
colors is it?
Well, for you guys, it's 2, brown and white. But for Kozak, as of right now, its fur is even shifting colors.
Oh,
It's
Almost like a
Mario
prismatic.
Star effect. Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool. Well, I'm looking down at it, and I'm looking into its little cat eyes. And I assume it's looking up into my dwarven peepers. And then I kind of have a feeling, some sort of, not quite sure, but I've been on this magical journey, and I feel like this animal might be part of it. So I reach down, I say, "All right, bud, you're coming with us." I kind of grab him.
So you grab it by the scruff of its neck.
Well, I grab him under its little tummy there, like you grab a cat.
Yeah, it lets you. And as you're kind of doing this, you hear a very welcoming voice in your head. And all it says, "Welcome home."
Uh-oh.
stupid.
I kind of have a
Kozak?
look on my face that, like, I'm listening to some strange voice, and you can't tell whether it's inspiring or a little cringy. So, okay. Wow. And I
Kozak,
kind of look, I guess Kozak kind of looks maybe like he's made some sort of decision in his life just in this one instant, but didn't say what it was, or you don't know what it could be.
And the cat jumps out of your arms. Meow. As cats do. They, sometimes they just like being held for like 10 seconds, and then they go, meow. Put me down. Meow.
Nice. Okay, I think this cat will follow us. I don't know why. Just a dwarven feeling.
what have
Oh.
been feeling?
Dwarven, huh?
Shaw looks across the river at the skeletal kitten that's trying to drink piss water. It's like, well, stranger things have happened, I guess. Okay.
Well, interesting about that skeletal cat. It has flesh and bone. It has flesh again.
No, mittens?
Yep.
Just
Uh-oh.
flesh? It's a little hairless kitty now?
Well, it's as if it were alive.
Look at Mittens.
Ah,
Size of a toe.
Oh, Mittens?
This
Hair
old
response to this?
Jim's fine work indeed. He kind of gives Mittens a few little scritches below the chin and then around the ear, and then kind of lifts him back up into the carrier for now with a little treat.
Do you think old Jim meant for Mittens to regrow skin?
Perhaps not. These
What?
worlds, these places are disconnected, and yet the magic here flows through everything.
Oh, that's beautiful.
Can I increase the size of this token?
And then Ari looking to the sun, watching it fade, ever so slightly. Perhaps it is best that we press on.
At this point, Ari can hear a voice in his head. Press on where?
Ari kind of like shakes his head for a moment, looking around, kind of to the around, and then to the cat. He presumes.
Yeah, you look to the cat. I mean, it's the only thing here, really.
Follow the waters back to our home. My home.
Drahari, are you just talking to the cat?
You have no idea where the source of the voice is, just kind of in your head.
Yeah. Or he just shakes his head and looks back down south. These woods are strange. We must move.
Watch your step.
All right. Bye bye, Kit Kat. Thanks for saying hi, I guess.
So Ari,
Wow.
as you get to
Ari
about
just
here,
takes off.
well, I have to pause the game because as you get to about here, the cat vanishes.
Oh. Well,
As if it never existed. But everybody in the party, feel free to provide me with that would be a Constitution save. Let's close it.
Uh-oh.
2.
Nice.
boom.
No.
Oh no. 3 12s.
Nope, no inspiration. Fine. All right, I accept it.
Well, remember,
yeah,
you can trade
on.
inspiration.
I'll give my inspiration to Ari.
I will use inspiration.
Oh, thank you so
I
much.
will also use my inspiration.
Yeah. For the reminder. You say Constitution?
Correct.
All right, let's not waste it. Oh, nice.
That's. Oh
Thank you,
no.
Mara.
Oh,
Do we have to
Alright.
re-roll?
Yeah, it's a reroll for inspiration because I don't have it set to.
Oh no.
you do the same thing I did.
It's worse.
I know, we both got a 12 and a 6.
All right. So, so getting a token. It'll be a makeshift token since apparently the image of the one I had is broken. Drag this over. So where the cat was is replaced by a much larger version of said cat. However, its appearance is a lot more chaotic. It definitely has a lot more fur. You see that there are, obviously several rows of sharp teeth, almost more like a wolf than a cat. It is, very large compared to you guys. Obviously, it's still kind of a quadruped. It still has its fluffy little tail. However, the biggest difference is its claws and its paws. It has very big toe beans. And, well, from its back, there are several what seem to be tendrils that extend from its back and sides, almost like an explosion of tendrils.
Oh, Kitty Cat, what happened to you?
And Mittens is none the wiser what the hell's going on.
Uh,
And as
what?
this cat turns into this, see who passed. So Zed and Draari, you kind of see this happen for just a brief moment. Like you see this creature, but then you blink and you're like, what the heck? Everybody else sees it clear as day, standing there. Those of you next to it, you can give me an insight check, which would be Kozik and Cha. But Zed
Doesn't it-
and Ari, it just looks like, it's just an empty space there where the cat was.
Ah, okay.
Yeah.
Natural 1.
Yeah, that's about right.
We're just like,
Ah. So
Look
we
at it.
see it. So we see it. But it didn't disappear. Is that right?
It disappeared before, but now where that cat was, this very large, almost mutated version is there.
We see that.
Everybody
Somebody-
but Zed and Ari.
Okay. What they see is we don't know what they see.
They see nothing there.
Oh, okay. They see nothing.
Okay.
Holy crap! Is this thing dangerous, you guys? I don't know what kind of creature this is.
As you ask that question, you no, Asian, don't do this to me.
Can we address the party?
Yeah, everybody's just kind of standing
So-
still right now.
So Zed kind of closes his eyes and takes a deep breath,
That worked.
and on his exhale, he opens his eyes and looks around at everyone, and he just says, "I just remain calm. I have a feeling we're gonna be all right here."
Ari nods. Yes, we must keep moving.
But this thing looks like it looks dangerous. Are you guys sure? I was like, not sure if he should back away or hold his ground or.
Okay. All right. So as you're asking that question, small groupings of these tendrils reach out to Kozik, Cha, and Veldrin. The first one would be Kozik, AC of 12. I don't think that hits. Oh, no, it does. You have 11.
Okay.
And I'm just seeing who it hits first. And then we got, what's your AC there, Cha?
15.
That barely missed. Okay. Okay.
Whoa!
And Veldrin, I'm pretty sure
16.
6 doesn't touch you. So one tendril reaches out to Kozik and just kind of wraps him up. And you get a very familiar feeling of being lifted off the ground, just like before. And one of them reaches out to Cha to try and do the same thing, and it just kind of it kind of wraps around you, but it doesn't seem to manage to get much of a grip. And
Very
Veldrin,
snake-like.
yeah, it kind of tries to reach around you, but you're just on the cusp of its reach to the point where it kind of tries to wrap around you, but you're just too far for it to actually get any kind of a grip. And the question is, do you want to roll initiative?
Kozik, are you can you get free? What?
Ah!
So
I've been-
Kozik doesn't see anything picking him up because he couldn't see it?
Well, no, so this is the I think this is the interesting part was all of you can see this thing, and it sounded like Ari and me and Zed can't see it, or at least saw it for a second, and then now know that it's not there.
Yeah, I think
Correct.
Ari and Zed just saw the cat vanish, and then that was it.
But can they see like Kozik going up in the air?
That's what I'm
Wrapped up
curious
by this
about as
thing?
far as
Yep. Kozik's just doing some aerobatics now.
Dude,
weird.
Help! I'm being repressed.
uh, um, I'm
I
gonna attack it.
Kozik,
I'm just gonna attack.
Kozik, if you close
All
closed your
right.
eye,
Roll me initiatives.
do an initiative. Fuck. I'm gonna try and
Let me
talk my way
create the
out of it.
encounter. There we go. So click on your token and then do the initiative. It should come up right.
Are we all rolling? Are we all?
Yeah, because technically it's all within the same time frame of things happening. Gonna, because this is stats, so initiative. Tell me to put in the
Did we
combat.
manage to fix the quarterstaff issue, or should I just roll?
Just roll and we'll make the calculation. For some reason the initiative for that.
I'll be right back. I gotta go to the restroom. All this piss water's got me.
That state. Ah, there it is.
You're drinking a lot.
Now I can roll it. Interesting. Okay, okay.
There we go.
Well, it's there, but I'm trying to give it the original initiative of the 5 that it had. Actually, you know what? That's fine, because it technically went first. We'll go with that. I gotta figure out how to, alter the initiatives.
Mm-hmm.
It's fine. Because technically it rolled a 5, so it's like at the end of the round, but this is the start of the round, so I guess it's still kind of applicable. So it just went, kind of grabbed people, and for the last part of its turn, the sort of free action that it gets, Kozik can hear that same voice in his head, but it's a little more sinister than it was before. Before it was kind of welcoming, cheery, like, "Oh, aren't you cute?" And now it's like, and as it says this, "Now, prove to me that my power is not being squandered." And then it is, but this is only what Kozik can hear. And it is Cha. And let me hold on. Let me make sure I say combat.
Let's see here.
Getting used to the combat encounter. Do you guys have a little bar on the side that shows the combat initiative?
You can pull it out. If you right click on the swords, you can pop open a combat tracker.
Okay, there it is.
Oh, cool. Oh, nice music. Cool, Zed.
All right. And of the music, it's not combat music. Dang it. I had the music prepared, but not the time. So get this thing. Combat.
Okay.
Ah, there it is. I had to begin the. Okay, I see. All right. So it went. So there you go. Cha. Deja vu.
Okay, so the creature went first.
Yep, it just picked people up. Well,
Okay,
one
that was
person.
what it did. And does it seem like? I mean, what is its demeanor like? Is it aggressive looking? Is it like? Is it baring its teeth? Is it? What
Give me an
posture
insight
is it
check.
in?
I'll be insight. That'd be more insight.
Trying to determine what, because he remembers the statue experience with the drow statue and is like, just wants to make sure.
I mean,
8.
Your immediate reaction is to fight it, so you're kind of too busy in fight or flight mode to really ascertain a creature that you've never seen before and its intent.
He just attacks. So he just kind of gets into posture, grits his face, pulls out his staff, twirls it around, jumps up, double-handed, brings it down onto the tentacle that is grabbing Kozik.
So move up next to Cozy. Back. 5, 10.
Shabak. Plus my dex modifier. That's plus my proficiency. So plus 5. No. Plus, yes, plus 5. So it was 11 plus 5. So 16 to hit.
16 would hit. So you'd
Okay.
managed to get your staff to impact on the tendrils reaching out and grabbing Kozik with a resounding smackaroo.
Oh, nice. So an 8 plus 3, which is dex. So 11 points of damage, bludgeoning with the staff. And then he's going to, so he comes down on that and then takes his right elbow and just right into its face
That's not what
with
I
an
want.
unarmed strike. Oh wait, no, I gotta roll the hit. Okay, so that's 13 plus, so it's 18 to hit. And that would be 6 more bludgeoning damage.
All right. Sorry, I'm getting the wrong link. Ah! There you go. About the 2-minute, about the 3-minute mark is where the battle music is going for you. Enjoy that. All right, so you did 2, 3. Okay. All right. Is there anything else you wanted to do?
And he's just going to he's just gonna stay there, like, and keep trying to work to get Kozik released.
Rightio. Turn. So Zed, you see that Kozik is being suspended in the air. Cha is attacking the air. What do you do?
I guess at first I kind of just rub my eyes and blink a few times just to see if I'm actually seeing what I'm seeing. And I think at that point I would move close, but within a reasonable distance of me being able to
Hide that from me.
attack, but also, at a safe distance. So I'm thinking think that I move about here. And I've got grips on a dagger, and I'm hovering another hand over my rapier. Just ready for anything that I can actually perceive.
All right. They're just kind of readying, posturing,
Mhm.
preparing. All right.
Need
And
help with this thing, you guys?
all right. So while you prepare yourself for whatever may be going on, Ari, you see the
So
same thing.
same thing, and it didn't seem like. I mean, when Cha struck, did it seem like it had found purchase on anything, or it's just swings in the air to me?
Just seems like swings in the air. Well, see, he did use a staff. I mean, something did stop the blow. So it didn't seem like whatever he swung at was something that he missed, per se.
Gotcha. Okay. Ari is confused, and people are calling out for help. So he's just gonna run. And Kozik is in the air.
Yep, he's currently like 5 feet in the air, being slowly lifted.
So yeah, Ari will run to pretty much like here and try to start. He's gonna try to go and pass around this way.
Oh yeah, you can go,
Run
you
into
walk
this.
right through it as if it's not even there.
All right, so wait, I was here. Yeah, I can make it to there. And then I'll use my action to try to grab on to Kozik and bring him down. What is this magic? Get down.
Sure, give me a... That would be a athletics. Strength base, yeah. All right. All right. You kind of feel like you're pulling him back down, but whatever it is, there is a lot of resistance. Something is definitely fighting against you. So that was... Any more actions you want to take?
Does
Pretty.
Koza look injured at all?
Nope.
No. Okay. Then yeah, that's all Ari's gonna do.
All right. Kozik, you see this creature, its tendrils wrapping you. You see your party members. Well, you actually got back down to the floor, the forest floor again, not in the air, but kind of feels like whatever it is probably going to try and do the same thing again.
So I can see it.
Oh yeah, you can see it clear as day. The matted fur, the sharp teeth, the explosion of tendrils.
Yeah, it's horrific.
And potentially one other thing. Give me a quick insight. And you get to do this with advantage. Because there is something particularly interesting.
That's a good.
Ah, well. Anyway, take your turn.
Okay, so maybe I can't tell that other people can't see it, but I can. I don't know.
Well, as far as you can tell, I mean, not everybody has really gotten to make their moves. Everything's just kind of happened so quickly. Beldrin and Neavar are still like kind of caught off guard by whatever's going on. They haven't even really been able to make any sort of moves. Zed seems like his eyes are darting left and right, up and down. Kind of looks lost almost. Ari just kind of seems more focused on pulling you back to the ground. So maybe you can see it, maybe you can't. But clearly, Cha can see whatever it is because he's, swung at it.
Kozik is gonna reach out with his feelings, and he's gonna cast Fairy Fire.
Oh.
So go to your spells
Yeah.
and then click it.
I'm
Click the
gonna
little
go ahead.
dice on it.
It's gonna be a level 2. Let's do it. Casts.
There we go.
What do I do here?
I click that. All right. So the
Oh.
entity. Yeah, that's right. So the entity that you actually describe what it looks like. Casting a spell. What's your fairy fire look like?
At this point, I have a wand that I kind of keep in my little sleeve there. I pull it out and I point at it, and some sparks kind of start to fly all around, but they're not hot. They're sort of the weird sort of lightning, poppity pop, 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 and then this creature, it's horrific, is kind of outlined in a sort of like neon colors, and then I guess depending on where I plant this guy, if I just, I don't know, look at here. That light it up? Oh, I may have picked the wrong square.
I mean,
but
that's fine. You're aiming it so it doesn't hit anybody else, and it's instantaneous, so it doesn't linger.
And so it's all kind of outlined in a sort of groovy neon blues and oranges and stuff, and it can be clearly seen against a background, I guess. It certainly doesn't benefit from being invisible. Let's see what the Dungeon Master said.
Well, even if it's not invisible, any attack against it has advantage for the duration of the fairy fire, of which it failed its save. So as you cast this, my question to you is, have you casted fairy fire before? Like as a character?
Not yet, no.
Okay. So this looks as
It's
natural to
natural.
you as you would assume it to be. So you cast a spell and it's it does exactly as you described it, but in the aftermath of it, the outline, the glow that now sits upon this beast's shell, it almost looks like the little pops and sparks turn into almost like dancing, pirouetting fairies in the sky, and they kind of pop and disappear, fade away, but they still, the remnants, like maybe some dust particles, have kind of sprinkled onto this creature, making it much easier to hit for everybody trying to hit it.
Oh, you guys, I think there was more than piss in that water.
We're screwed.
Is there anything else you would like to do?
No, I guess I can't really move, so I kind of struggle in vain against this tendril that's encompassing me, and I say, guys, get it.
All right. Beldrin, you saw this thing, it tried to, I don't know, you couldn't tell if it tried to slap you or grab you, but it did something. And you see it's very outlined now, much easier to hit. You kind of get a better idea of it, maybe a weak point, or it's some easier portions, instead of trying to aim for a writhing tendril, aiming for the head, that kind of thing. What would you like to do for your... Because felt right? Yeah. Yeah.
I'm going to cast Toll the Dead.
Holy shit.
All right. So in your character sheet, click the little dice, and it should have it pop up in the chat. Well,
Oh,
there's a casting component to it. So like
Yeah.
let's see here. So in your spell book, where it says Toll the Dead, you click the little dice because that dice puts it in the chat, so then I
Oh,
can
there we
roll
go.
the save.
oh,
There we go.
that's cool.
And
Dolorous. Yeah, good word.
you point as a creature when it's in range, has the air. Target is missing points instead. Necrotic damage spell. Like nothing happens. All right, so it looks like it managed to resist the effects of your Toll the Dead.
Yes, it did.
So, what does your Toll the Dead look like?
I don't think that there's like a whole lot that happens visually, because the main component of it is the sound of a bell.
All right. So maybe like a spectral bell appears above its head or something.
Perhaps.
Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa.
All right. Well, a bell tolls in the distance, and none can hear apparently. Well, you guys can hear it, but it doesn't hurt anything. Would you like to move anywhere?
Stay right here.
All right.
Boom.
Niavara.
All right. Sorry, I'm looking at. Okay. Hmm. Mhm.
Paladin. Toll the Dead.
Boom,
Okay.
boom. Boom, 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 boom.
So Niavara is. Sorry, I'm just glancing through my stuff again. All right, I'm going to cast Invoke I'm going to use my channel divinity. Invoke duplicity. A secondary Niavara appears right in front of her.
Zoom. Cool.
Yeah, there you go. I'll just drag that there.
Nice.
And then as a bonus action on my turn,
I'll put a mark on it,
the
so
pair of us both decide to move. At the same time, one of us is moving here,
oh, that didn't work.
and the other one of us is moving here.
All right. What does it look like as you cast this spell? A spell that nobody has ever seen you cast before.
So she sort of her dagger comes up and carves down her front, and from that bursts forth a second version of her,
Whoa, cool.
identical in every way.
Metal.
Like the song I posted. All right. The cough there. All right. Is there anything else you would like to do for your turn?
So I've used my action, which is the channel divinity. I've moved and I've used my bonus action. I don't think I have any more actions. So that's my turn.
All right. Creature's turn.
Okay.
They're in range. All right, so its tendrils kind of whip and lash about as it's, illuminated and, taking a little bit of damage, and, everybody's kind of posturing in preparation to begin assaulting it. Five. And I'm going to roll. Actually, just this. Stats. Attribute is +6. No. Dang it. I'll just use this. And that's not the actual damage, just needing to roll multiple d20s. A 19, 14, 6, and 17. Okay. So, Veldrin, Kozik, not Cha. Actually, so does your duplicitous self have your same stats? Let me read this real quick. As an action, your illusion of self, last 1 minute. Concentration. Duration you can cast as the space.
It's an illusion.
Right.
So I don't. The main thing that it is that it gives me advantage on attack rolls, and I can cast spells as though from its location.
Yeah,
Right.
but it kind of looks like it doesn't have like a hit point value or anything. So
No. I don't think you can, like, it's an illusion, so I think, like, if you determine it's illusion, you can just ignore it.
Yeah, one of the tendrils, that 17, went after the illusion, but it just kind of, it hits, but it realizes it just kind of goes through. So the people that did get hit, which would be Veldrin and Kozik, can give me, now that you guys are kind of in combat, some, always get acrobatics and athletics mixed up. Athletics checks. As tendrils wrap around you and it kind of tries to pick you up. So, Kozik, you managed to not get entwined. Veldrin. Entwined?
What do I
Tangled.
have to do?
A athletics check.
Okay.
Athletics.
Nice.
Oh yeah, you beat it. So you both managed to stave off being picked up by this creature. I mean, it kind of wrapped around you just like before. Maybe you're just too far. Maybe maybe you got just enough of that pea water on you that it doesn't want to touch you. You don't know. But what I can say, I've got to do a measurement. Okie dokie. So this creature opens its what was once feline but now canine maw, and you see a plume of like mist kind of form around its mouth, and almost within the blink of an eye, it just kind of spews a mist in a cone in front of it. And it's kind of like it's like a light-hearted, just kind of bright bluish mist. So Kozik, Ja, and Veldrin, feel free to make the Constitution saving throws.
Hmm.
Ooh.
Oh.
Ah, there the rolls are. They were hiding.
Oh boy.
Oh, it's not even that bad. So for one round, you are all blinded, incurring
Oh.
disadvantage on attack rolls. Yeah, attack rolls. Yeah, basically attack rolls. Not so
And
much
so we all
saves.
have advantage on because of fairy fire. So would it be regular
It's
rolls
normal.
to attack?
Yeah, they
Yeah.
just cancel each other out. So if it
Yeah.
weren't for fairy fire, you'd have a hard time. But even through this mist that's kind of encompassing your heads and your bodies, the fairy fire shines through just enough that you can see through it. Just enough. And since it's still its turn, Kozik says something else to you.
Oh.
Tick tock. Tock.
Creepy.
All right.
Taken by.
Oh yeah, you're right. Whatever this thing is referencing or saying or however it's speaking to you, it seems like it knows something you don't. And it is lording that over you. And you definitely get this sense that time is ticking as by its terms. All right, Cha.
Okay, so Shaw's serious now. Can we use flanking in our game? Is that
Yeah.
an option?
Yep.
I guess so. So that would give advantage, right? Because then we have
It
disadvantage
would still just
because of
be
the
normal.
just normal. Okay, so he's just gonna stay there. Once again, he's gonna wail away with his quarterstaff at the
Unless
tendril.
I will add a caveat. Unless you do something really cool, because rule of cool, or really creative, I may be more inclined to provide bonuses or give advantage depending on how you approach it.
Okay, so Cha is just thinking strategically. So he's gonna take his staff and almost like a pole vault. He's gonna jam it in the ground to launch himself up first, up over, winding like an acrobat through the tendrils and past them. Smack down the quarterstaff on the thing's head while he flies by. Drop back down and then cast flurry of blows and strike twice with like a jumping snap kick and just a left hook right into its gut.
All right. So that's going to be a couple rolls. First,
Yes.
so you're jumping over it, correct?
Yeah.
So that's going to be an acrobatics. Yeah, I'll let it be acrobatics.
That'd be a 13.
All right, all right. Ooh, that's real close. Do you want to continue with your follow through? You kind of got the hops, but you put your stick in the ground, and you feel like it may be a little more challenging than cool in your head, but could be a little challenging. I mean, you're certainly free to continue because you don't know the result yet, but it's real close.
I think he's gonna go for it. He's gonna try to wind through the tendrils to smack down as hard as he can on the thing's face, while getting into a more strategic flanking position so that other people can get advantage.
We can count that as like a tumble.
To get advantage on their strikes against it.
All right, so you're trying to avoid tendrils. All right, so the first acrobatics was for trying to get enough clearance because this is, after all, a very large creature
Okay.
compared to you. So then give me another acrobatics to try and get to the follow through to do your attack.
Buddy. 14.
I'll say you managed to land. Let's see, for your flare bows, it's what, 2 extra attacks?
Uh-huh.
I'll allow 1 to go through as you tried to get through the tendrils, but man, there's a lot of like you couldn't see them before, right? But now as you're jumping over it, there's a lot more tendrils up here than you thought.
Okay. Gotcha. Okay, he's gonna bring the quarterstaff down on its face while he's flying through
Yeah,
the
that's fine.
tendrils. It's gonna attack. It's a normal attack.
People need to do damage.
Okay, so that would be. So it's. Oh wait, no, that's wrong. Never mind. Let me just roll a d20. Okay, that's better. And then +5 is 19 to hit.
Yep,
I mean, 21 to hit.
Yep, you managed to flurry, but one of your attacks you kind of had to utilize to avoid a tendril grabbing you as you're jumping over it.
Gotcha. So this is just the first regular attack before the flurry of blows. So that's going to be 2 plus, so 5 bludgeoning damage. Whap! And then as he gets whacked by one of the tendrils and doesn't work out exactly as he does, he takes a swing but misses, and then takes one more to try to hit. Okay, that doesn't hit. So that doesn't work.
Yeah, you try and manage to get through them, but you're kind of in the thick of it, right? Like it's almost like trying to fight in the middle of a bunch of seaweed. It's just kind of everywhere. It's just kind of moving erratically. You're using your attack capabilities. It's just barely deflect, if anything.
Didn't work. He was too optimistic about that whole scenario. But got a little damage.
All right, Zed, you're seeing old Shaw do a big old jump off the ground, did a pole vault, jumped off the ground, did some weird flurry blows, some attacks. It looked like he was slapping something away. But I mean, it's just acrobatics, right? Like you don't see anything.
At this point, Zed's eyes are just like wide open and almost just kind of just blinking. And
Can't see anything. What's going on?
impressed from what he saw, but not really sure what that was. Because he can, I guess, Zed can just see the outline, right? From the,
No, you don't even see anything.
well, I thought, didn't the,
Oh yeah, Fairy Fire went through.
Very fine.
But Zed
Oh.
and Ari don't see anything. Like you saw them cast a spell. You see all these acrobatics.
all right.
Got into your mind.
All right. So that changes things. Based on where Cha landed, I can move over there, right?
Oh yeah, you can freely move.
He was, what, I have 30
Yep, you have 30 feet of movement.
and I can move through people
Yep, friendlies.
and not around. Okay. So hold on. I can actually move here. There we go. Zed is going to move. Hold on. Zed's going to move here. And so I still can't see anything.
Nope.
So I'm gonna blindly, just based on what I saw, as far as Kozik being held up in the air, God doing all of this acrobatic and incredible martial arts. I'm gonna pull my rapier out. Also, question: my daggers. Do I have 2 daggers, or does my 1 dagger get to attack twice? Because on it
You
has
would
like a
have to
timer.
have 2 daggers to be able to attack twice, because you're not high enough level to have attack yet.
Well, but in my inventory, it says that I have, it's like dagger 2.
Yeah, it's just that you have 2 daggers.
Okay, so I have 2 daggers. It's not 1. Okay, gotcha. All right. So yeah, I I pull my rapier out, and I've got one hand just clutched on a dagger, and I guess at this point, since I can't see anything, that's all I do.
You can flail frantically.
Cha
I'm not good at
looks
this.
unbelievingly at Zed, who seems confused, and he's like, "God, stop the damn thing!"
Well, what's there? Am I close?
Well, just, Cha doesn't know
Can
what
I
to
still
do.
hold on before I end my attack? Can we have this conversation?
Yeah,
And can Cha tell me like
And Cha's
where
like
to attack, or less?
trying to understand that Zed can't see it because he doesn't know that he can't see it. He just thinks he's a weirdo. But he's like,
Really?
"Okay, it's a foot and a half in front of you. Strike!"
All right. And yeah, Zed attacks with his rapier.
attack the sky. Go for it.
Nice.
Let's see. Oh, I had my toolbar's gone. Hold on.
And then Ari is coming up next. Huzzah! You strike at the sky or the area in front of you, but doesn't seem to make any purchase on anything. So those of you who aren't Ari and Zed see Zed's dagger just kind of go right through this creature. Is it almost like it's not even there? And at this point,
That
you all can hear, except for the 2 of you. Tick tock. Time. Stop.
What's going on?
Zed has like a full lunge in his attack, expecting to feel some sort of resistance as he stabs through something. And just going through nothing, he almost kind of loses his balance and then steps back and retreats his blade and just kind of looks around, just very confused.
All right. Then Ari.
All right. So, is anyone still in the air? Is Kozik back in the air?
Nope. It did not manage to lift anybody.
So no one's lifted. Is anyone still like grappled? I mean, I guess I wouldn't know if they were grappled because I would only see if they're in the air.
Nope, nobody's been grappled. Didn't manage to maintain the grip.
Got it. And I've seen, Zed just kind of swing wildly into this thing. So, Ari is very uncertain of what's going around him, and so he just kind of circles around over here and is just generally confused and trying to be helpful, and that's his turn.
I'm helping, yay!
Cha equally is like, don't you see it? Attack! Turn it
And-
into a lizard thing or something.
Yeah, and you also saw Ari just walk through it like it doesn't even exist.
Oh
Yep.
wow, he just walked
Yeah, he did that once before too. He just, I don't know, why are we still here? We must move.
But it seemed like Cha really made purchase on something. Hit, yeah?
Oh yeah, Cha definitely hit something. It felt real and squishy.
I don't get it. Is there anything there or not? I
Well,
shouldn't have eaten those mushrooms.
well, let's see what Kozik does.
Right, and I'm still Kozik is still blinded, right?
It was only for one turn, so
I feel like my turn didn't come back around.
I forgot about it. Whatever, you're not.
Okay, cool. I was like, oh, I kind of shake it. I shake my head, and I can see mine. I keep hearing that
Track of that.
haunting
Put a
phrase,
debuff on.
tick tock, like we're running out of time. And I feel like I have some sort of even mightier energy inside me. So I kind of point my wand at the creature that I can see, and I cast Bolt.
So it would be at a normal attack because you are casting a ranged spell in melee.
Oh, okay.
But you have advantage because of Fairy Fire, which channel spell, correct?
And... Okay, that's not great. So these
Concentrate.
lightning kind of comes from the end of my wand that I'm pointing at it, and it's blue
3
and
and a 1.
crackling, and
Oof.
there's something about maybe the laughter of little fairies or something is heard, ha ha ha. But then it streaks out, and then I'm attempting to hit it, but I imagine it does not hit.
So yeah, your Witch Bolt, it seems like it definitely hits the creature, but it seems unfazed by it, right? Like you're pretty sure that that should have hit. That hit. Yeah, it definitely kind of hit the fur, but it's either shaking it off or just unaffected, or perhaps something else. Give me a free insight check here. Actually, an insight and an arcana check, because there's two separate things happening here. Potentially.
Oh,
All right.
wow, we started strong.
In the middle, there.
Wasted all them good rolls
Yeah.
on determining if the water was pee.
That was my natural question.
So yeah, you're just not able to figure anything out. You're so in the thick of it that you can't really get muster enough peace of mind to figure it. Able to, like, the Witch Bolt hit, but something ain't right. All right, you stand where you are, moving away.
Staying in the trees, I kind of duck behind a little branch. Oh, that's my turn.
All right, Veldrin.
So attacking it doesn't seem to like physically attacking it
Oh,
working.
that worked because Cha definitely hit it.
So it's kind of a 50 then.
Is it showing anywhere from the attacks? Like, is it showing damage at all?
Kind of hard to tell right now. Might have to do some more damage to it. But I mean, you definitely punched a tentacle a couple times. Punched him right in the tentacle. Right where it counts.
I guess I'll attack with my long.
Right. So you move up to it. Swoosh, swoosh, the sword of long. But keep in mind, well, actually, where do you go? Like, where you stand when you attack it? Because that's going to be, oh, hey, look at that. You have advantage.
Oh, yeah, he'll get advantage.
Do you
Wood
get
chop.
flanking when the enemy is just outnumbered? Like when there's this many PCs around it? Isn't that flanking?
Yeah.
Typically, it's just on the other side because you're keeping it distracted. So
Yeah.
technically, in that case, it ends up being the situation anyway. Because it's basically surrounded regardless. Hey, you do hit. So the question is, are you attacking normally or because it's a versatile weapon, which means you can roll with one hand or two hand. So the damage would vary depending on if you
He'll go two-handed.
All right, so you'd hit that versatile button there. Should allow that to work. Fingers crossed.
Nice.
That is best damage you could have rolled with that.
Yes. Boom.
Wow. So you slice into this thing. You, with a single swing, you cut off several of its tendrils,
Ooh.
wounding it quite heavily, actually. The most damage done a single hit so far. And you can also give me, now that you're all up close and attacking it, you can give me an insight check.
Everybody.
Just
Everyone or just Veldrin?
let's see. You know what? Sure. Everyone, for the people that can see it.
Uh-huh.
Aw.
Oh, goodness. Oh. Oh,
Dude.
no. Wow.
Not very insightful.
There we go. Now we're talking.
Yep.
I'm gonna go back through the like roll log and see how many times you guys have rolled below a 10. But then again, I'd probably see how many times you guys got nat 20s tonight. So, Kozik, you think this thing is trying to eat your soul and consume you and throw you into the depths of hell. I mean, you have no idea what the hell this thing is intense is, especially with its very ominous timer.
Said it told me it was testing me, right?
Yeah, tick tock. You probably believe that you're just gonna die really soon or something with a nat 1. Probably adding to a little bit of the frantic nature of wanting to stop this thing. Niavara, though, you having kind of had a chance to observe it, I mean, technically being on both sides of it, you get the feeling that this creature isn't attacking maliciously. There's almost this. Oh, how would I describe it? It's almost this playful nature to it. Like it's just having a good time. You know, like when you have a pet, right, or a dog, and they're playing with you, and they just kind of bite too hard, but it's not out of them being angry or aggressive. It's really just they're just playing, and they don't kind of realize their own, physical capabilities. That's the feeling you get from this creature, and you kind of get the feeling that whatever that voice was probably wasn't coming from this.
Oh.
But do with that information as you wish.
So the voice isn't coming from the creature?
Based on its, its, as you've ascertained from its insight, or what you ascertained from its kind of physical behavior and the sinister nature of the voice, it doesn't seem to match.
There's someone else. This isn't actually what's talking with us, Niavara will say quickly.
Hmm.
From the illusions place, though.
But it is your turn, so.
Yeah. Niavara is going to attempt a perception, check to see, where is this coming from? Because she thinks that someone else is around watching them.
Hmm.
This is a witch. Could I make the general statement of this is a familiar?
I mean, you can say whatever you wish, but you can still give a perception if you wish to seek out any other things.
Yeah, I'm going to be seeking
Nice.
the master.
All right. So over the river, or not the river, the stream here.
The toilet.
If the thingy lets me ping it, there we go. You see, you look over it, and it's something that basically nobody else has thought to do. You look over to the stream, and you see what seems like a very faint outline of some kind of a feminine form. It's got the curves, it's got the everything, but it doesn't. It's more of a silhouette, almost like a reflection in the water. Maybe, this as the sun bounces off of it. But it seems to be looking very intently at Kozik. And from its silhouette, you see it's maybe an arm folded kind of silhouette as it seems to be pacing back and forth. The basic body language is it seems to be waiting or watching.
Having noticed it, Niavara is going to abandon the creature and go over here. Her other form jumping over the creek in one fluid motion.
So, as a disengage, or because it would get an attack of opportunity as you leave its threatened square.
That's true. I'm going to risk the attack of opportunity. Because technically speaking, I don't have an action because I did a seek, I think. Unless we're waiving that requirement, in which case, yeah, I'm disengaging.
So, so you are disengaging or you're not disengaging?
It depends on if the seek was an action, because if I don't have an action, then I don't think I can disengage.
Yeah, no, I just said that was a free, like, you turned around for like a second and you saw this.
Alright, then yes, I'm disengaging.
Okay, good call.
And even if he attacked her, it doesn't hit.
Yeah.
Nice.
Or the illusion, I should say.
Well, either way, you disengage, so regardless.
So, and then she says, there's someone over here. Between us.
And the voice speaks once more. How astute. Should have picked you as...
Hmm.
And then, so you disengage, you did that, so you're out of combat economy, or action economy. So then, its turn. This creature, so for everybody else, looks like it's like trying to murder Kozik, as it's, most of the tentacles have been cut off, so it's only really like, a couple left. Just gonna add 3 to make it easier for myself. Yeah, that would hit again. And it goes to try and lift you up again.
Hmm.
Which it probably doesn't succeed. Roll me another athletics.
Nice.
Somehow
Yeah,
you managed to.
right? Maybe.
Well, you are a dwarf, right? You're very short, stout. You're you're good at keeping low to the ground. The ground is your home.
Got a great base.
Yeah. So you managed to keep your feet on the ground. However, now its other tendrils have been either damaged or removed. It goes to attempt to nibble your giblets.
Oh. Nice.
This
Plus
is the saving roll
3.
you need.
So 12. Ah, okay, your AC is 11, so it does hit.
Oh.
So it finally manages to land a bite attack, which it's actually not trying to bite you at all.
Oh.
It actually licks your face.
Oh.
Feel a little bit of indignity. It's not unpleasant.
And the next turn it'll try to tackle. But that is its turn.
Wow. Is totally used.
Was never trying to hurt them. Players
I
panic.
believe it's Chaw's turn, yeah.
Yes, it is.
So he's like, he heard Niavara say there's somebody else controlling it. He just watched it lick Kozik.
Yeah,
He's-
big tasty piece of dwarven bacon.
So he saw that he could have just taken a huge chunk out of Kozik, but didn't do that. So he kind of looks over at Ari and Zed and is like, I don't know if this thing's dangerous. Why don't we go check out what Niavara's doing? And Chaw's gonna disengage and head over to where she is and jump over the river, get next to her.
Do the measurement tool.
And
So
then
you would jump in the river.
Oh, he would jump. Where am I? Well, I've got 40 feet of movement.
Oh, 40 feet. Are you, monk, right? Yep,
Yeah.
you're good.
Yeah. And so, can he see what Niavara is seeing? There's a creature over here.
Give me a perception.
Okay.
Let's see if they notice. Yes.
There we go.
You see the silhouette
Nice.
of a woman pacing back and forth, possibly arms crossed with a hand up as if just kind of waiting.
Chaw's still holding his staff and kind of he's grounded, preparing to strike, kind of looking at Niavara, looking at the figure, kind of waiting to see what next move to make. That's his turn.
And the figure definitely notices you. It's kind of, it seems like it's kind of turned towards both of you at some point, but then turns back towards Kozik's direction. And all you can hear in your heads, so hard to find good help these days. Wouldn't you agree?
As soon as she says that, Chaw's going to spend a key point and do patient defense, like the
All right.
dodge act.
Yeah, they kind of get your stance ready. Zed. Everybody's moving over here to the water side all of a sudden.
So, uh, can we see anything based on this figure
Nope.
that there's just absolutely nothing there?
There is nothing there.
Okay. Um, based on movement, I don't think I can. I guess I can move toward the water, but not cross it.
If you spend your whole turn moving, you can double move. So
Okay.
if you basically take your whole action to do the dash action, you'd be able to move up to 60 feet.
Okay. So at this point, still having my rapier out and being very just
We'll work out ways to speed up
kind
combat
of
next time.
put off and not knowing what's going on, trying to stab through air because Cha said to attack. I look over at Ari, who's seemingly kind of over my shoulder, and just give him a look that I feel like would incite some sort of response as far as what we should do here.
With that glance over to him, Ari just shrugs. They go back to the water. Perhaps we follow.
All right then. And Zed sheathes his rapier and will use. Can I go straight?
Yep.
Just through? Okay.
So for your 30 feet, you can go here and still have an action, or you can do the double move and jump over.
Yeah, I'll do the double move and I will go
Ooh.
right there.
All right. You sprint on past this whatever
I
it is,
jump
invisible
over the
thing.
water, right?
Yep, you clear it because running jumps are easy to make, especially for
Okey-dokey.
5-10 feet. All right. Ari. Saw Zed just kind of do full sprint on over the water. We're almost done.
Ari doesn't full on sprint. He's it's not a stroll. He just kind of strides through the water to pretty much down here, and then looks over. We move now.
Child's like, no, don't you see this? And he points at the witch or the creature, the female creature that's in front of us.
But Ari and Zed don't see her either, right?
Oh, that's a good point. Do they see her?
Nope.
Ah.
Not blatantly.
Yeah, that's Ari's turn. I'm also getting to the point where I gotta tap out here pretty soon.
Yeah, after this is where I was going to end it. Hopefully soon, depending on what Kozik does.
I see everybody retreating. I'm going to where they're going.
All right, move on over.
Which
You can
way?
also give me a perception check.
Perception.
Come on, roll above whatever you've been rolling, which has been low.
Normal. Nope. Save them up for next session, I guess.
Yeah.
Say, what's going on over here, guys? I guess we escaped from that creature.
Oh my god, it's going after you and you don't even see it, do you?
I was looking from Ari to Kozik, just like total disbelief.
Oops.
What?
So sick. Dear.
And I guess that's what.
Yep. So you guys who can see this silhouette, it's watching Kozik, and kind of you get the feeling. Some of you might notice more than others, but it's almost like a face palm. Like it seems like it's rubbing its head. A
In there.
definite sense
Is it
of
just
disappointment. So, well,
Just gonna retreat with everybody else.
all right.
What does the creature do as everybody retreats away from it?
I mean, it already used its attack of op, so it just kind of sits down.
It's a little
Huh.
doggy. It's
Aw.
familiar.
Maybe we can stick its tentacles back on it or something.
All right, so is that all you do? You move over there. You click token controls.
Yeah.
And since you're over there and within that situation, you can also give me a perception check. You don't notice.
This is comedy now.
Hey, I can't make these rolls up. This is all y'all's. Good times. All right. Niavara. One of, let's see, how many people have seen it? 2 of you so far? 2 out of 6 of you.
That's right. It's just me and. Oh.
Niavara is going to attempt to make a demand of it. Like, what the fuck do you want?
That's
Uh,
all.
It does respond. Good help these days. And it's the voice seems almost muffled, as you know, it seems to still be kind of face palming disappointment.
Well, you're not getting any help from us with this attitude.
Tell me about it. You see a hand wave, and the large creature turns back into a cat, a normal, unassuming feline, the
Oh.
brown fur with the white stripes.
Furry
Chalk in
friend.
his eyes. He felt bad about attacking it. Once he saw it lick Kozik, feels better now.
And it's just kind of licking its paws. Maybe scratched a little bit.
Are you gonna tell us what the hell is going on, lady, or what?
yes, I too would very much appreciate being informed what is exactly going on.
What? He hasn't told you?
No.
Child
Oh.
looks over Kozik.
And it still remains a silhouette. You
Well,
should
that's fine.
really tell your friends about your sources of power, Cozy. And I'm sure it would be very entertaining about the pacts you've made.
Child gets chills. His mouth sort of drops.
Yep, Cha, this is something that you have heard many a time in, your
Right.
experience. That was a deal. This just reeks of some kind of a deal happening. And in many cases, from your experience, those deals were pretty often more beneficial to one side of the party than the other.
He looks over at Kozik just like sad and shocked and like looks back at the lady.
To
and
which,
s-
in the blink of an eye, she disappears.
Niavara clicks her tongue.
And at that point, those of you who didn't see anything, Mittens returns to skeletal Mittens. The cat has reappeared right where it was before. And that'll be something. And at that point, you all can just kind of hear what started out as a bit of cackling, kind of turned into sighs of disappointment. Next time. Better deals next time.
Oh boy. Reaches down and takes another sip of the water.
And with that,
The fake Niavara reaches over to slap his hand.
Does it
Yep.
just pass through him? Just pass
Correct.
through him?
but that's
He kinda
pretty
sticks
much
his-
the end of session as the figure kind of
sticks his
fades
thumb.
away into whatever it was.
Oh, Kozik, we need to have a chat, my friend.
One tends to keep one's pacts to themselves, don't they? Haha.
Up until the time where it attacks the party. Hello?
So,
Listen.
but
I don't even
Kozik
know.
never heard any of that, right? He didn't see her or hear anything she said to us yet.
Oh, he just didn't see her.
Oh,
Like the
he
voice
heard it,
was,
though.
yeah, the voice
Okay,
was.
Dressed at the end, yeah, directly like that. But
gotcha. Ah. Well, for next time.
he can looks around sheepishly, but he tries to maintain some dignity. Ahem.
So next time we pick up with you guys heading to the town to the south, which you know as Grinstel. Because the orc
Cool.
said that's what it was. And there's probably not pea water there.
Shaw has no basis for comparison.
And now
Thanks,
I kind of have a
everybody. That
better
was
idea
great.
of, playing with the modules I have installed. I can make combat go quicker next time. Got it figured out now. But yeah, you guys had an actual combat that, as you can see how I designed them, you do have options to not have a combat. It was just a happy little animal. Just want to lick your faces. Want to pick you up and lick your faces. And you had to go and punch it, beat it up and smack it with sticks, slash it with swords.
Come on, it's it's a creature of some eldritch beast.
Of
I
a
pick up the
witch.
kitty.
Like a hag, maybe. It's just too familiar.
Shaw doesn't feel too bad about it.
Yeah,
A little bit.
he
A
needs
little
to,
bit.
he needs more water. He needs to stay hydrated after that.
Buddy, want to go for
That
a
was
dip?
that was a fun session, everybody. I gotta hop off. But
Yep.
catch everyone next week.
Yeah, right on.
Yep. You guys
Take
should
care.
be in town next time.
Awesome.
Thanks,
Right on.
guys.
Thanks,
Thank
everybody.
you.
That was great.
Thanks for
Bye.
the session.
Thanks for coming and
Bye.
enjoying. Laters.
Bye.
Ciao.
There it is. That. Hey, just random doohickeys laying down. All right.
That was pretty fun.
So I am going to end the stream there. Hell yeah, brother. You guys got some combat. But I'm going to end stream there because it's at 4 hours, and that's going to be a fun file to convert. But I hope you guys had fun watching. I plan to have this up on the used tubes the next day or two. Sorry it took me so long for the last one. I was learning how to edit. But yeah, I hope you guys enjoyed, and we will do it again next Tuesday from 7 to, well, planned from 7 to 10, but, people get in late. Sometimes sessions go over a little bit. That's okay. But, yeah. I hope you guys have yourselves a good one, and I'll probably be first belching. Oh yeah, tomorrow's multiplayer madness, so I'll see you again tomorrow for some probably Mech Warriors, my guess. Yeah, I will catch you guys next time. Have yourselves a good morning, evening, or whatever's in between, and I'll be around again. Farewell, adventurers. Farewell.